Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back with our early start DLC look at Siberia. And how difficult it is with early start to survive in such an environment. But for us it is going relatively well. We have started to finally make a little bit of profit, slowly being able to pay back our loans. I am thinking of maybe, very likely, trying to get to the oil down here. Because it is somewhat close. We can maybe lay down an asphalt road and have a fire station up here protect the area, because fire stations have pretty good range, as you can see. We would probably be able to cover this with a fire station, which in itself is getting workers from a bus stop here. And even if the oil field buildings were to burn down, I don't think it would be that much of a loss of money anyway. I could replace this conveyor engine with another conveyor bridge and build this road out, which is what I probably will do. Which means this road has to be removed. But thankfully none of this was started yet. So later on we can continue building our setup from this side with this conveyor setup. Maybe setting up another storage. Probably moving the technical service. I don't think I need to worry about having more than 2 processing plants at the moment. That is just overkill. But I could set it up in a way where we have the ability to split up the iron already. So we might be able to not have a storage up there. And just the processing plants. Which would be better, because then we wouldn't transfer all of this material over to the other storage and these ones would somewhat run out. Other issue is electricity, because I only decided to bring a medium voltage wire up here without any switch whatsoever. It would shut down everything temporarily. If I demolish this and put down a medium voltage switch to then draw the electricity out further. My god, loyalty at 34%. Huh. That's interesting. What about the other option? Going through here, tunnel out, massive bridge into this area. For an oil field that seems kind of like overkill. That would be the first processing plant, the other one would have to be squeezed in somehow here. So I think the conveyor bridge splitting up might not help that much, but maybe. I'm not sure. I won't build a bridge right now. I think I'll just leave this as dirt. To be decided what to do with it. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Let me look at the fuel price. Now that I'm thinking about upgrading, maybe the fuel price will come down. It's undecided. Coal mine setup would be easier to do. This is just like really awkward in an awkward location. We do have one extra free research point now. I think I'm gonna preempt 404 though today, and we will get the cableway because that's gonna reduce our fuel consumption as well. Getting cableway means we need steel cables. Material fatigue doesn't unlock anything other than more research as far as I know. And introduction to metallurgy does the same, so we get these two for free. Going into steel cables, that does unlock an actual mechanism. We'll set up a cableway station up here, which should be able to bring workers to any location. Birth rate increase is through as well. We'll see if it works. We could already plan the cableway, because it doesn't... only laying the cables... Oh no, the cableway towers, I guess. Still need... Yeah, they are locked. It's not just the cable. One of them has to have a road connection so that the cableway cars can be brought over. If we build it here, we would have good coverage. Going over the mountain is going to be a little bit annoying. Just annoying enough, I guess. Right, it is winter. I have to bring the bulldozers over, back. I'm gonna take a long, slow trip through the snowed-in gravel road. Shouldn't affect too much traffic. And I guess they can walk between the cableway station and the bus stop to just have like a pretty good amount of workers around here. If it becomes too much, we would pick up people from the bus stop and bring them back. I don't want to accumulate a large number of workers here. There should not really be any overflow too much with the workers. Oh, there we go. I realized that my setup with the bus routes might not work. Because the waiting until loaded wouldn't trigger. It just prevents the bus from like running around right now. Also, that added these stops at the end, which it wasn't supposed to do. It was supposed to add them after, but yeah, it's not really supposed to work that way. One dump has now converted to construction waste. I guess they have to continuously drive around to make this work, and then I only need one. So we'd have a truck driving around picking up construction waste if any appears, and then metal scrap if any appears, and it just goes around and around and does that loop. If it finds anything, to keep this area clean. No waiting until loaded, because that's not going to happen. There's not that much waste piling up in these storages. But some of them might flip over to become unavailable. Still not enough waste storage as it looks like. Maybe. Once the bulldozers are back, we're gonna figure out a way to lay a simple road down there. There is a mountain in the way, but we can probably climb up and go back down. It's gonna be quite harsh. And if it works well, then I guess we could maybe run a train track in a wide berth around here over a bridge and then have a loading station somewhere. I guess we could also have an oil loading station up here and just pump the oil up. And if something burns down, it wouldn't be the worst, because the oil would be in a secure area next to the fire station. Delivery. Oh my god, the bulldozers have decided that they wanted to drive the other road. That is unacceptable, bulldozers. You are evil. To send that in briefly. I thought they would pick the correct road, but apparently not. Slowing down our coal deliveries, because why not? It's not like it's cold here or something. And the buses are already almost fully empty, so the only thing important is that there's coal, and we should make sure this is handled again. Alright, we'll go here. And we'll set up a traffic sign to not allow anyone through. Oh, there's another one. So you have to take the correct road. And the incoming vehicles should take the asphalt road again. Excellent. Let's see if there's another deal at the border, maybe. No. No, no. That looks good, but it's also not so good. Nothing really. That one is also as good. 14 tons for 7,000. It's okay. It's like, I think, break-even amount. For the effort that it takes to scrap. Six more hours so I can buy the early start DLC. Hello Shamneo, yes. 6 hours and 15 minutes probably. How's the DLC? Is it fun? Are you playing it right now? Right? I've been playing it for the last couple days and I've been hooked. Let's do some quick math. "44 hours in the last 5-6 days. It has reinvigorated my interest for workers and resources by a lot. Because now we have twice the amount of time to go through. Beginning logistics are a lot more... There's something completely, like, they're not completely different, but they feel so much different because you have like new issues to deal with. Surely you can approach them like previously, you just throw a lot of vehicles at it. But the situation we have put ourselves in Siberia, and the game deciding that fuel should cost like exorbitant amounts, means that we have to be a bit careful with how many vehicles we run right now. So yes, I really like it. It had some bugs. Most of them have been fixed. I'm not sure if there's gonna be a release day patch. But yeah, I'm hooked. I don't know if this is such a good idea. Is the funny train fixed? There was no update yet. I don't think it is. I mean, it's like we had that happen in like the afternoon, and it's like morning, noon Europe, so it's gotta give them some time. Yeah. One thing I'm looking forward to doing when the DLC is available is figuring out which mods I need to unsubscribe to. For example, the mod version of Dark Belt that the game one seems to be based on. Hello Sancho. And hello Grassburgers. I don't have that issue. I was ready to go with that right from the get-go. I need to bring the bulldozers closer if I want to consider terraforming here. It's gonna disrupt the traffic up the road while they try and drive here, which could be pretty bad. It's horrible, like these bulldozers, man. No way to carry them other than by train, and they disrupt everything. That way the disruption would be a little bit limited. I don't think we can go through there. Well then, good luck traveling, I guess. If you go any way other than left, you're going back. I have a plan. We're probably going to use a bendy bridge curving around here instead of dealing with all of this heavy downward slope. I mean, the other alternative would be a tunnel. Now that you can use excavators for tunnels, which isn't part of this but has been added previously, it's not that difficult adding a tunnel. At least the bulldozers aren't disrupting much, except for the section from here to this place. And then whenever they need to refuel, that's manageable. I guess we need more tree planting. I always do. Okay, maybe we didn't need the other dispersion sites. I think we do. I think the production here has been a little bit low. And more waste is coming in now. Also there's some metal scrap. Should be handled automatically with the route I set up. Not sure what the vehicle's doing right now. It's in construction waste loading mode right now. But once it gets to metal scrap, it'll empty these out. Redo the route one more time. I wonder if I need to set like materials. It's probably just simplest to say go here, load whatever. No, I have to set metal or construction waste. I can't let them load whatever. I'll change the route when the other storages are in place. It's fine. I must prevent them from loading mixed waste is what it is. Any other type would be fine. Alright, 2 more techs. Metal fatigue next. And then the actual research that will unlock us something. Now the bulldozers could move, and then the dirt road will be obsolete until the travel back, I guess. Definitely has to refuel. We're gonna be using probably a concrete bridge, because it can turn from here uphill to this point, I think, along the mountainside. And then the rest can be asphalt road. And then down here, asphalt road, and then we see if we can make a fire station work. The fire stations have a range of, I think, 2 kilometers? Oh, just a second. I forgot I had that open. There we go. That was Microsoft Teams. In case anyone got like worried they had a message at their workplace. So I think here is where the bridge would end, and here's where it would start somewhere. Well, that works better than expected, I guess. And the alternative would be a tunnel. All of this for some oil. 1,650 tons of concrete. That seems absolutely ridiculous. I think a tunnel is probably more effective, shorter. We can make that work. Just have to fill in this terrain a bit. Oh, it doesn't like the end of the tunnel sticking out. Okay. And that should make it work. Stop complaining. Oil pump incoming, orders. Yes, after a tunnel construction, apparently. I'm not gonna build the road. If the road would go elsewhere, then maybe. But I don't see like nice terrain over here, and it feels just weird building a bridge like that. Hello, Simon. Where is it above the ground? Must be this bit. It's the only one I can think of. I guess we could move the entrance a little bit further to the side. Over here. Lovely. Not like this game gave you any other choice. Well, I'm also researching towards cableway, so we can take out some of the fuel consuming buses for now. First bit will be dirt, because that might get a rework at some point, and then asphalt, I think. What a mess. Just to get to some oil field, which is gonna crash in price probably soon after. It's also gonna take bitumen to build this thing. Maybe just gravel for now. The tunnel's gonna be asphalt. Still have to figure out a way to get the power here. I might have to turn off this setup so I can split the power line up. I thought this would consume more power, evidently not. Put a switch here, and then fix the power line. Yeah, it's also not working for me. Something is not working. 7TV emotes aren't. Show on the stream when you type it though. Maybe it's client side. For some it works, for some it doesn't. Oh, you mean it shows as a pop-up? It doesn't show in my chat though. I think you mean in my OBS chat. Pop-up, okay. I need to measure the correct range for fire stations. It's gonna be a bit tricky to do, huh? I think the one here is our best bet. Goes into the city to this point. I think it's 2 kilometers. More than 2 kilometers even, 2.5. Actually, I guess it isn't. Huh. Really only 1.6 kilometers. It's like one oil pump. One good oil pump in range. And then further stuff over here. Isn't it better to just go over the river that way and get to the whole field with the train line? Requires more setup. Like, this whole area is just absolutely rough terrain. Asphalt doesn't change the distance of service buildings. Police station, secret police and fire station and hospital always have the same range. I don't think this makes sense. Developing here would give us so much more open area to make something. Have an oil field, small settlement, hook it up to a rail loading station. This is just like all this effort for a single oil well. It would be worth it financially, but I'm looking at it from a different perspective, that it feels like no one would build that just for a single oil field. Like a single oil well. Maybe someone would. Oh, fuel price crashed, 400 rubles. Oh my god. We did some actual planning for a single oil well and it crashed by 400 rubles. There you go, that's how it works. Well, almost 20%. That's what it takes. You need to fiddle around with like a resource more. Maybe I just need to sit here and have the oil field open. And the game will be like, oh yeah, you're actually planning, so like do this whole stick. And the game is like, ah, he's actually planning on building something. We should really crash the price now before he gets any money. This road is getting excessive. Oh, that should be fine, like enough room for dispersion of the waste up here. Timing. Steel cables. And it's probably not going to work. I can't even test if it can be placed right now. Like if it would go over the footpath. Not a smooth test right now. On this side, it doesn't have to go over anything. Oh, we do need the road connection. Now the bulldozers are in the way again. This is where it was supposed to be. Might have to move this monument and get the footpaths hooked up to that instead. Like so. Monument will have to be relocated. Cableway station will hook up to this connection. Plus a road connection. Monument could be here, for example. Loyalty is up to 34%, yeah. Money. Let's go up to 1.6. Thank you. Look, fuel even down further. Oh my god. It's probably just taking like a run up for another major increase. Coal is thinking about going up though. Oh, coal had a price increase, a price spike, I think. So that's questionable to see. If that will come back down. Fertilizer's going down, okay. Run up for 20k a ton. I believe it. If it behaves like wood did one time, it's certainly a possibility. I think I'm gonna move the bulldozers back down. I don't want them up here anymore. Too risky. Alright, make your way back into that vehicle storage, and we get rid of the ones that are up here. Okay. Yep, it's increasing again. A little bit. What the hell? Is that 40 kilometers an hour? That feels way faster. Huh. I guess it is. Let's take a look and see if there's any cheap train we can buy to scrap. At that one probably. The price is less than half the tonnage, 18 versus 42. I usually consider that good enough. And it's also fast enough to bring itself to the scrapyard. Wait. Why are you... the other demolition office has assigned itself. No! Kugoshni, get out of here. But Bugu don't deal with that one, because the storages for mixed waste and metal scrap are right here. I don't know why we need 2 trucks heading this way. More than 2 trucks. Carry capacity should be sufficient with 2. Everything in range. Now we just have to wait for the cables to see if we can hook everything up the way it should be. Yep, we're gonna make this work. On that side, the other side I will have to plan more with parts of the city being in the way, the road and the footpath, just to make sure that the cableway can go over it. Cross. Hopefully the hill is not going to be too steep. But we will be able to move mountains to make the cableway happen. We'll see. Three-quarters of the way done with research. What mountain? Yeah, that too. I'm not sure what the market is up to. Board prices look nice. Coal went down again, okay. Buses on full. Increased birth rate, let's go. Fill all the flats up. What are you waiting for that isn't built yet? Oh, this one. I guess I interrupted that prematurely. So strange. Thought that path was already done. Yeah, and after the cableway, I guess we'll build across here towards the other oil field that is more than just a single oil well. This is also closer to the existing city, so it should be faster to build. Wait a little bit. And there we go. Steel cables. Allowing us to now build cable cars, and we need to use the heavy wires. Looks like we can build. Barely. Hello, Taz. Welcome. No channel point redeems, but you finally got the ball rolling with the channel points? What do you mean? Hello, Lee Hawkins. I have no channel points. What do you mean I have channel points rolling? Hello, Lee Hawkins. It shows for me that you have them on. I go to my stream and I can't see any points. Don't scare me like that. Screenshot time. I don't trust mobile. No, I don't have them on. I'm not doing anything with mobile. Mobile is lying. Mobile is lying to you. Okay, that does work. It's a bit awkward, but it does. Let's see. Let's try and stick to like, I don't know, 200 meters? 200-ish meters? be further. 330, and then it starts going down. Oh wow. Oh, it's showing me the total cable length. Damn it, game. Because you haven't done affiliate sign up yet, counts you as having channel points disabled. Didn't use to show the channel points button on mobile. Yeah, I've not done affiliate. No ads for me. I worry that the cableway cars will clip through the mountain that way. So we're going back to the whole situation of which mountain. Come on, you can remove that piece of mountain, please. There we go. Better. So we have to go from here to here. Up this hill. Maltas, stop hacking my channel, okay? Hello, Sardius. Welcome. You can't hack channel points onto my channel, even if you want to. It's not going to happen. Am I hacking? You're trying to give me channel points with your Twitch app. You're a mobile hacker. It's like trying to give me Twitch affiliate and channel points, and so scary. Okay, I have a plan. We'll see if it works in a moment. Gaslighter. So much. Looks like the birth rate increase has also gone through. Okay. All right. Got a road to build. No, let's redo that. Do that. Okay, that'll hook up. I will only use dirt roads to hook them up, so they can be built pretty quickly. Money, yeah. A cableway station line should be pretty good for saving fuel. Why do the car horns sound like your nose getting honked? Because the cars that do that are from 1913. Chat honks a lot, yeah. A bit too much. Shit, can play Mega Monkey for it. Yeah. We will need to transport cableway cars here. I hope we have cars that can do that. I haven't looked yet. I'm planning to get the large ones. Let's see. Okay, they can be carried by a Yak 10. Or a Yak Open as well. Even an AMO 15 can haul them, supposedly. But we're gonna take a Yak 10 because I think they can haul more than one. Apply a bit of pressure to the nose to deploy Hong. So Taz, when you're gonna play Workers and Resources, still waiting for it. At some point you're gonna flip over. You just don't know yet when. At some point you're gonna play like a management game and you'll be like, I like that now. Sweet allure of 1920s honking will also get to you at some point. Oh man, do I feel tired. Tired? That's antibiotics for you. Yeah, probably. That's why I'm streaming. Keep awake. Don't waste any time. Oh, fuel went down to 2000. It's crashing like a rock. Iron 2. Congrats on 1K. Oh, you wait, Twitch, you mean? Oh yeah, 1002 followers. Nice, thank you. Amazing. Just yesterday we were here with less than 1,000 followers, and then I thought I could never make it. And now look at us. 4-digit follower count. Hopefully there never will be any controversy. 10k soon, yeah. Of course, yeah, 10k, sure. I mean, in 10 times the amount of time, or 10 times the amount of streaming, probably, but I don't see that going up exponential. And if it does, it will be really, really scary. I was wondering if I should look for an artist to do the PNG tuber avatar I have as a realistic model with like super creepy blinking. That's like, I don't know, like 10 or 20 frames of like blinking animation. Just super detailed, like eyelids and ugh. And then throw that in randomly one day and like be like, what? It's always been like that, what? I upgraded to 4K now. GPT will do fine. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, Godbrit Brain. 4 is gonna show up and be like, what? You built a cableway while I wasn't here? Maybe get Blinky a new outfit? That's an option. I mean, I'm changing pants every day. Like, fresh pants every day. No one has said anything, so I thought like you guys didn't care, but... I thought you've been poo-bearing the whole time. Well, I don't want to make a big deal out of the honey jaw, you know. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Alright. How about some sour candy? Wanted to try it out. Yep. Vegan sour candy. It was on the shelf. I didn't see any other sour candy, so didn't pick it because it was vegan, but because it was sour. That is sour, very fruity, nice, and not sweet, not too sweet. It's the pork fat that makes it delicious. I thought it was bones. Only 30 grams out of 100 are sugar in this one, so it's perfect. Oh, bacon sour candy. No, vegan. Vegan. Yeah. Looks like the road is done. Oh man, that's sour. Like it. I need to get used to sour foods again. I like sour foods. It's like a strawberry covered in sourness. Taste-wise, not texture, and yeah. Texture is like a gummy bear. Strawberry, cherry, something. I don't know what it is actually supposed to be. There's pictures of butterflies on the front, so oh, because they're shaped like butterflies. Okay. Cherry, yeah, cherry, strawberry, and okay, they have 3 different tastes: strawberry, cherry, and the other one I have to look up because I don't know the English name for it. Currant, red currant. Oh my god, fuel is crashing properly. 2000. Maybe that food factory is gonna be a better investment. Or maybe a rail distribution office so we don't constantly import at the border still. Only when we drop below a certain amount and then the full train load gets imported. Oh, we're still running on normal speed, yeah. Let's speed that up. Barely anyone going into the buses because everyone waiting at the cableway station without it currently running. Still should probably set up a monument more around the university, because there's so many students always walking in here and waiting. Did not leave myself much room with the footpath setups. Could switch over to the technical university because it definitely has a monument right next to it. And they were pretty similar. So let's do that. The truck can bring one cableway car at a time. Lovely. We'll probably need 20. Maybe 10 will be enough. Don't want to overdo it with the cableway cars. I should put a monument next to this one, I think. the biggest changes when 1930 start. Twice as long playtime, 1930 to 1990 instead of 1960 to 1990. Steam locomotives, lower capacity starting vehicles. Buildings look fairly modern. They're old brick buildings. Buildings with lots and lots of different textures as a variety. Certain industries have different crafting recipes. The ones I know about are the electrical component and electronic factories, which replace plastic with gravel or wood for electronics. It is still, the core concept is still workers and resources, but the addition of large, lower density housing, these brick buildings with like lots of spacious flats for people, it gives them good quality, so happiness is easier to satisfy. But the logistics side of things is that the buses you start out with are horrible and low capacity. We do already have the ZIS 155, which unlocks in the 40s, which was a really excellent upgrade with 52 passengers. Usually we're thinking around 14 passengers per bus. And we were running an industry with the early buses for a while. No horse carriages, no. They have not introduced crop as fuel or coal as fuel for road vehicles. That has not been introduced. 2 new maps, Moscow and St. Petersburg, in a realistic scale, unlike previous maps which were scaled down versions of like full-scale country maps. The Moscow and St. Petersburg map are more oriented along realistic scale. So the pre-built villages that you can have, or the pre-built city that you can have on those maps, are more according to what they would be realistically. Tons and tons of vehicles, tons and tons of new buildings, and the new logistical challenges that appear from well, mostly lack of capacity. Railroad is more important. Ships could probably also be used, but I haven't done that. I'm playing on Siberia. Biomes map, Siberia, where winter lasts 7 months. So yeah, custom map. Very, very hilly. Kinda need to look for where to develop next. This is supposed to be coal at some point. But I think, I mean, with fuel barely being worth anything now, like 2,000 rubles per ton of fuel, like come on. I should be quiet about it. The game's gonna be mean to me again. We're gonna go over the water, plan for tunnels through the mountain, and then probably set up a settlement over here for running the oil field around this lake. Missing 2 more cableway towers, one of which is finishing up right now, and the second one just needs workers. And then we can run this thing and actually see how many cableway cars it would need to be fully utilized. I wish I could see the emote. I guess I'm gonna have to like open my own website stream and see what the emotes look like, because that's important. Chatterino. Damn it, it doesn't show the history. Oh well. I can see the Kappa emote because that's Twitch standard. There we go, cableway line, 5 workdays, with a road crane, no time at all. Up to 35 cableway cars. And we could start it. Okay, we're gonna make it so the fire station and the incinerator have priority, then all other buildings. And then at 0, it's gonna be the cableway station. And you're gonna have the same thing. Alright, and now we just let people go here. Workers. And let's go up to 20 cableway cars, I think. Is it further to deliver it to the city or closer? We can't deliver it to the city because it doesn't have a road connection. So while the vehicle is filling out the cableway line with cableway cars, once we notice like a large quantity of cableway cars running back and forth, we can probably cease the operation of the bus route. Because this will transport quite a lot of people with cableway cars. Now the next thing would be the route over here for road traffic. How tall are the early start ships? Don't know if we can see that here. No, we can't. I guess I'll just build a wooden bridge until we know what we need. This is gravel anyway, so easy to tear up and replace. Lots of space even here for another settlement, if we want to. I think we'd go up to this mountain and punch through, and then can cut this one down to an appropriate area for a road to go through. One of the issues will probably be setting up the tunnel. because of lack of bulldozers here. So we need to get across to the other side. Put a depot in and let the bulldozers drive over. Found oil yet? Yes, but we're building towards it right now. We have closer oil, but I don't want to develop the oil here. It's a nightmare to get to it, and it doesn't really have room for like anything grand, and it's like a single oil pump jack, so not really that much potential. The oil price is thinking about like going down. It went down by like 500 rubles since the start of the stream. So a fifth. I really want to build more settlements. The whole village run, it's just making me want to like expand over the map, but we hadn't had the financial means. Now slowly we're getting our maximum amount of money we can borrow up. It's taking a while. Once we can take out 2 million ruble loans, our amount due will probably stay about the same, but we will have more money available. Just still gotta be patient. Oh, look at that. Waiting a long time for boards. Because the logging has run out. Thankfully we don't need that much in construction right now. The speed on asphalt versus this speed on gravel is significantly faster. 21 versus 40-ish. It's a lot. $38, $39, yeah. Double the speed. And most of these old vehicles can run full speed without the need of a snowplow. Even bringing the cableway cars in takes a while. When does the Skoda become available? Open haul. That's gonna be a huge step. 58. In 8 years we're gonna have the Skoda 706 with 13-ton capacity and 60 kilometers an hour road speed. Okay, I said we didn't need a lot of wood right now, and then I'm building a wooden bridge. Go figure. Still should be fine. It is a temporary solution until we figure out how this is going to go. The train also doesn't need to go over there until we probably set up the oil loading station. I don't even know where from here you would continue going. Probably to the left. This way is possible. Yeah, there's plenty of flat space out here. Then of course around the lake. If we could get to this area. So much open space here. And apparently this one's also just all oil. So much oil everywhere. Once you get towards the center of the map, that is. Is gravel mining in future? I want to set up gravel processing once we get modern technology, modern industry. Because gravel mining with the for export with the other setup is, I mean, it works, but I don't know. The idea was to have a gravel setup here to export some onto a short train that goes onto the existing route. All that would be needed would be a gravel processing plant and a loading station. I mean, sure, let's diversify. If gravel prices are bound to like significant market fluctuations, then maybe we should have a few more resources up our sleeves. I would have a separate building that only handles export in that case. No loading would be necessary. Trucks just come in, drop off, and it gets processed and done. And of course we could have another gravel stone quarry here. See, for street building you have it. Yes, we have it already. But there were debates for exporting it, which is now what we're setting up. I think that makes sense. So a short train, just like hooking up here. Yeah, let's build that. Three dump trucks for the quarried stone from here to the new processing plant. And a single train of like 130 meters, 135 meters. Make sure it doesn't block the road when it's parked. Just a short train exporting gravel. Ten of these. Oh yeah, let's do 10. There's a traffic jam somewhere, otherwise there wouldn't be that much honking, I think. Maybe it was the vehicle I got. Where is it happening? That isn't helping. Yeah, the amount of metal scrap and construction waste left in these storages is not that large. It's also happening in chat. It's propagating. Oh, it's over here, I think. Not nice. Six capable cars now, 14 left to go. Perfect timing. It was bound to happen. Should be able to go past hopefully soon. The honking never stops. There we go. Embrace the traffic jams. Build the rail network with no bridges. Just make it look realistic. It's fine. We don't have that many trains running anyway. Bridges take too long to build. What are you doing? Ooh, no, 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 no. Don't bring them to the scrapyard. I thought you were set up to bring it to the depot. Would have almost driven it to the scrapyard and just like got the hopper cars and like scrapped them. Not such a great idea. Should have made sure the route was set correctly and not what I assumed was set. I just saw vehicle loading, vehicle unloading. It should have been 2 stops instead of 3. Now it's correct. Still got over 100 free flats. Temperature is fine. That's okay. No problem yet. This one's getting a little bit close to 15 degrees, but that was like already at the cusp of minus 40 degrees, so not too much of an issue. I need the other train here. This is not great. Drag and drop. Rubber Duck's car, every time, everywhere. It's not Rubber Duck's car. He can't claim it because it makes goose sounds. And then say it's a duck. I object. Hello, Diplohörnchen. So yeah, we set up the gravel because you asked if we already had gravel production, and I understood that as like, I should do gravel export, because we were discussing that previously. So now we just set that up too. Because why not? Slowly getting into the mindset of having like Lenin everywhere. Just from a top view, it doesn't look that great having him everywhere, and there's not much diversity. But if you're just walking through here and then through here, you might not even see the one on the right side. You just go, oh yeah, I saw Lenin once or twice per footpath route. Wherever you go, should be a Lenin around, I guess. Load quarried stone and bring it to the processing plant. Don't really need line spacing here, just run as fast as you can. Otherwise, if one vehicle refuels or goes and gets repairs, everything would get slowed down while that happens, I think. Looks like the vehicle repairs have caught up and we can reduce the worker amount back down to 10 instead of 25 for the repair station. It might be time to stop the bus route. Once we get to 10 cabins on the cableway route, I think we can stop the buses. Workers here are allowed to go to anywhere, which includes the cableway station. I could disable workers on this bus stop, but that wouldn't help because I still need workers there for picking up construction workers. And I can't pick them up from here because it doesn't have a road connection. Hello Lopo, how am I feeling today? More like the day before yesterday. But yeah. Interesting times. It is worse, yeah. Yesterday was good, the day before that was mediocre-ish. And then the time before that was quite bad. So yeah, technically it is worse. Oh, the train line also needs to finish construction. I could give it more workers so it speeds that up a bit. Antibiotics not hitting? Well, that's terrifying. Yeah, it might be like just being tired from the antibiotics, I don't know. Yeah, I hope so too. Thank you. The cableway station running and taking over the majority of workers. There's the 8th one, thank you. Yak 10. Well, it's gonna be one bus route fewer and less fuel consumption. Oh my god, fuel is coming down. 1,775 rubles. We're almost down 1,000 rubles. Like 700 by now. Per ton. Alcohol soon at 900 a ton, yep. Well, can't really do much about crop prices, right? With fuel dropping, food is gonna be the new highest expense soon at some point. Fabric doesn't count because that's just a intermediate product that we're importing to make a profit. But fuel will take a while to get as expensive as fuel ever was. So, yeah. If we get up to the other side of the river, there's plenty of room to set up a city for a food factory and a distillery, I think. Seems like the court system and the police station are keeping up well. I can finally set the checkbox for the police station here. Let me look at the other village. Police over there is absolutely fine. I'm gonna bring down the worker count by 3 people. So 9 workers per day. We don't need students waiting here. There's no bus arriving for students, so no need for you to wait here. Go somewhere else. Stay at home and let your free time run through faster so you... I don't know. I mean, I guess I could let you stay at the bus stop because there's the monument there, but I don't know. That seems more sensible. Yeah, let's shut off the bus. The bus route. There's 5 buses here. I'm not gonna scrap them because they're good, high quality modern buses. But I think the bus route up here can be stopped. It might not run at full volume until it gets a few more cableway cars, but it will continue to run. And even then I think the amount of workers arriving here is pretty good already. And if there's any workers on the station, we will load them and bring them back. If there's too many. Although we're probably always bringing more workers in, so the number should be staying pretty even. Train can load 500. The buffer storage inside the building gives it time to go to the customs house and come back. It's not going to do anything else but load gravel until fully loaded and then export. No one else will pick up the gravel from here. bridge construction underway. Then a section of gravel road so we can hook up the storage for the bulldozers. Bring the bulldozers over and then plan the road out towards the tunnel, which we'll cut through. And then we can bring the road to the lake. And I think that's where the settlement's gonna be. Train line, I guess, also has to go through the mountain. We have a train on this side. With the settlement, I think there's no oil on that side. We have the settlement over nested in against this mountainside. Maybe another settlement over here. There's a little bit of oil, but negligible. I thought there was a lot more oil here. There it is. And there is one. Okay. So the settlement could be anywhere down in this area, or even over on the top left of the lake. And it wouldn't block any important resources, at least in regards to oil. More coal. We're gonna have like towns that handle coal and iron extraction everywhere. Nothing in regards to iron that I can see. So the settlement could also take care of coal extraction, and then both the iron and the coal would be on a rail network and could go to a steel mill by train. So we don't have everything concentrated in the same place. Right. The mixed garbage stand is not emptied by a technical service. So we'll employ a truck for that. One more construction phase, and then the gravel train can also start running. We're just gonna put one more train on the logistics network. Yep, we need more cableway cars. But it is a consistent number of workers now, it doesn't fluctuate as heavily as it did with the buses. This is gonna be good. Well, the bus platform is at 1%. Should be at 0. That's why a few workers always wait over here, apparently. Six work days. We need a signal to make sure the train doesn't block anything when it's parked inside the siding. Then we have gravel export hooked up too. Iron price dropping a little bit. Crop prices do not look... I mean, they're approaching like levels of 1960, I guess. But fuel and oil prices are way off right now. Gravel's not going to be bad. It's easy to produce. Easy enough. In the future with modern industry, could be a lot more, produce a lot more efficiently. Same amount of workers, but large scale buildings that have a lot more throughput and volume. It actually scales the amount of workers pretty similarly. Times 3 for everything. Okay. But it would eliminate the need of having trucks feeding quarried stone in, and we could just rely on conveyors. So the trucks would completely vanish from that production line. And it would only require workers. Another cableway car. Okay, we're hooked up. Should be good enough for the train, I think. Or stay here and make sure. Or like, we'll watch the train drive up. We make all the money, it is fantastic. Hopefully. It's looking pretty good. This won't make that much money, and it's going to take a while to produce. We could increase the amount of workers here. If the amount of workers keeps up with the cycle of trucks, then no, we're good. Like, the quarried stone is running empty. We're fine. Don't need to increase it. Could even lower it by 1 worker, but I think for the export, it's fine. I could add another dump truck, I guess. Maybe this route would be the first one we upgrade with, like, wait a minute. When do the very large dump trucks appear? When do we have high capacity dump trucks? The BZ252 appears in 55. And if we use those, then yes, we can have 1 or 2 of them and set them to wait until unloaded. And that would be plenty. Wooden bridge is done. It's horribly slow driving over it in winter. 11 kilometers an hour, but we have a bridge, I guess. And we can bring the bulldozers over fairly soon. And start working on the tunnel. Or at least like the layout of how this whole place is supposed to look like. For example, we could decide that the road is actually supposed to snake out past the coal mine and then take a right-hand turn from here at a height of 36 meters that we could bring this up to as well. Or maybe a little bit lower and have the coal mine slightly elevated. Or like have the main road not go right side and take the shortest path across, but the higher path up to allow for ships in the future. And remains to be seen. Wanted to export oil by ship from this location. It would probably be to the left side of it. And oil exports to the west could be pretty good, I guess. We could run a ship just exporting oil from the east to the west to make US currency and then export something back from west to east. I wonder if these trade shenanigans still work. Don't think there's that much difference at the moment. The prices are pretty much even. Inflation of ruble hasn't kicked in yet, except for food resources, it looks like. Let's take a look and see if there's a used vehicle that we can scrap. That one. 42 tons for 15,000 rubles is good value for money. So we'll get that one. So we found at least one that can be scrapped. But I think we can reduce the amount of workers here and bring more to the iron mine instead. Don't have to have a full complement anymore, but some vehicles will make their way up there. We could throw more vehicles at it. But the idea is just to have some gravel export. And then in the future we can send this train that does the gravel export to a facility that does it a lot more quickly and efficiently. From a quarry directly into a processing plant by conveyor. Could even be in the same area. Would only have to change the setup and place a quarry with a factory connection down and it would work well. Okay, looks like the setup here is done. I'll bring the bulldozers over. Gotta make sure they don't leave the area to try and refuel. Nearest gas station would be that one, I think. We will test that. I'll put a sign here just in case if they try and get out of this area. If I remove that and they don't move, then they're too far away from the gas station. I really like this shape of houses. Looks like a broken square with a house squeezed in the middle. Oh, come on, oil price. Well, it was nice while it lasted, I guess. Saved a little bit of money. Got a tiny amount of construction work done. Not too bad. Now the bulldozers are gonna cause a bit of a traffic issue. If only they would take the gravel road. I guess they didn't take the gravel road because there was no way to get back to the other lane. Except on that side, and they probably figured, it's that short of a path, it doesn't matter. It did disrupt quite a bit of traffic though. Didn't do what I said I would do, which was build a localized fuel depot so I could mass import a bit more fuel when it got cheap. The price got cheaper, but it didn't really get cheap. Gravel train's gonna take ages to pay itself back at that slow rate of production. At least we got cableways to help out a bit. Yeah, the cableways have reduced one bus route worth of workers. Now one could argue we could set up a cableway line from Kugoshny all the way to the clothing factory. Just follow the road with cableway cars. I don't know if they would stay in the cableway that long. Oh my god, they have so much time. Look at that. How slow that goes, like, sheesh. Huh. That would be so weird. Setting that up as a cableway route. What are you doing? Local citizen good distribution, right? I don't think that makes sense. I should probably replace those vehicles with the other buses though. We got 12 and I have 5 of the better buses available. Although with these ones we have high volume and I need at least 11 buses to currently deal with the lap time average to make sure no unemployment happens at the other settlement. It would be so good for a cableway station to deal with that. Are we really doing this? Those people are going to be on a cableway for a long, long time. But we would have to spend less fuel. And it would be electricity instead, and we would only complain once the coal price starts crashing. I think this is overkill. This is too long. This probably wastes too much time for the people in the cableway station. Cableway line. Let's see if the setup here will work. Nope, they're refueling. Thank you for the follow, St. Lunars. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. So the other thing we can do is just cut the dirt road, I guess. Let's see. I think entrance to the tunnel, close to this location. Exit would be... somewhere here, I guess. Sure, and then from there down the hill, and then we have a lot of flat area to work with. This is like already pre-bulldozed for us and ready for development. It's beautiful. We are out of money. And that is also stopping the cableway. Very dangerous. But it has been fixed. Yep, we can work with that. If the road will stay that way in the future, I don't know, but for now, this is gonna be sufficient to get the tunnel construction started, and then we still have to plan the exit here. It's supposed to go towards the right, in between the mountains, the hills. I can't plan it any further because our bulldozers can't reach up to that point, so we have to finish that once the gravel road has completed construction, at least towards the tunnel, and then we can park the bulldozers over there. So heading this way and then downhill. Once we have access to the bulldozers to finish laying the route, and then we can work from that. Fuel prices have risen with the fuel price spike. I'm not sure if it's gonna stay that way. Currently at 3,150 rubles per ton, which is pretty bad. Yeah, the waste dispersion is working fine. The initial two ones that were like almost full have come down to like 10 tons of mixed waste and have removed their waste completely soon enough. And once the construction waste or metal scrap shows itself, we can take that over to another location. Like that one. Once the truck drives past here, it'll pick that up and puts it into the metal scrap storage. So the goal is to develop some form of export of oil. I think the rail line also needs to have like an elevated bridge. It would be nice if it could stay at around the height it currently is at, 26 meters. So maybe we can make it take the route following the road a little bit more closely. Or we also bring it to the coal mine location. Tunnel is going to take a bit, but it can use an excavator, so it should not take that long. The resource deliveries will be the slowest part, I think. Hopefully not too many workers being delivered either. And we'll try and set up a train that exports oil. Loyalty went up to 35% now that I switched over the medical university to the technical university, which was closer to a monument. I wonder if that had an impact. Also makes me want to build another monument here. How far can we push the loyalty? Back up. Have it at the corner of the building, there's no windows there. Seems okay from that perspective, I guess. Could also build it here. Then it looks a little bit more like it's part of the entrance for the Gallery of the Art. I might be overthinking that a bit too much. Or we just turn it around. Still Make sure the windows are kept clear, but build it in a way like this at the entrance. That would cover the view of the other monument, partially, but I want to see if this brings up the loyalty. Because I think it might bring up the loyalty of the students better. Actually, the best monument for that would be a large statue, and we already have that. And I don't think they work in conjunction that much. The smaller statue that I placed was mostly for aesthetics. I did increase the amount of monuments we had by quite a large margin, comparatively. And it did seem to have a good effect. Loyalty went down a little bit, mostly probably because of the heating crisis we had when I forgot we needed money to function. Getting access to high capacity vehicles will be interesting, because then the industry that we have set up will be feeling inadequate, and I will wish that I would have built the more modern concrete plant. We can of course just change over, demolish the current one, build a new one. But I think that's something which we will do. The location isn't bad. Yeah, maybe with different gravel processing. Finally, the coal here is also running full. It's been taking forever. I'm going to allow you to unload 100% at any storage, I think. Just to make sure that the previous ones don't run into any problems. It shouldn't happen, because they have a shorter distance. The last stop is always the one furthest away. But since we now know that we have enough coal capacity, it should be fine unloading as much coal as possible. I wasn't sure if we needed more vehicles, maybe. This is mostly construction waste, and as soon as... oh no, it's a mixture of construction waste and some metal scrap, so this is a waste storage we would have to deal with manually to empty it out, because a lot of waste got piled up on that storage. Yeah, that one would need to go away, because that other one would not split itself automatically between the construction waste and metal scrap. It's going to stay like that. Same for this one. There's some construction waste and metal scrap in here. So we'll just load from both these storages and try and empty them out. Hello Teku. Welcome. Okay, fuel price came back down. We do need oil. The fuel price is just too volatile. But first we have to set up a settlement. A very small one that just runs a fire station pretty much. Probably a vehicle repair station too. More vehicles to scrap. No. Nope. Nothing. Oh, I say nothing. That Dampfkran definitely is worth it. 11,000 for 42 tons of steel is like a 4-to-1 ratio. That is really good. And we only have 3 personal cabins left for bringing to the cableway cars. I wonder, oh, the amount of workers probably went down because they might be bringing a lot of them to this construction site? Not really. I'm going to deactivate workers being allowed on that construction site. And for the tunnel too. I think the resource deliveries are going to be too slow. We can turn delivery of workers on once all the resources are available, I guess. The price of iron also went down significantly. Game. It's like, oh, it seems like you are recovering. Let me pull on the screws a little bit more with lowering the iron price and making fuel more expensive again. I thought we could pay back the loans a little bit, give ourselves some safety. Looks like we will not have that benefit. I mean, technically I've been starting a lot of construction vehicles again, I guess. But judging those fuel prices, I think that's still the best option. Looks like when you turn off the workers being allowed onto construction sites, it says the construction is stopped. Which is not true. It still works if it has a mechanism. So that mixed type of waste we have to load and then export at the border. And then bring the vehicle back and do it again for the other dump 3 times. This one should be done in 1 loading task, and then the other one will need 3. I'm trying to cut back the fuel consumption. I'm still not sure what is consuming that much fuel. It must be all the construction vehicles. Or there's a vehicle out there which has very high consumption. Maybe some heating plant is running on fuel. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. Yeah, it doesn't show us the fuel inside the vehicles, so we can't really filter for that. Engine power across the whole map. 75 kilowatts, supposedly. And these ones are repair vehicles. Seems okay. I wonder if it's something odd, like the train's consuming fuel still. Because our fuel consumption should have gone down, I think. I just kept adding more trains. Let me try something drastic. Oh, let's keep this one open and see if it behaves strangely when this train starts moving. If this seems to like accelerate. Let's see. I guess it's still stuck at loading because there's stuff being produced. Now it's starting to move. Nah, it seems normal. Do hill matter in this game? Like the loco uses more fuel uphill? Yes, they do. Hills, elevation changes matter. Uphill you consume more. Downhill I think a little bit less. At least you can... Downhill is fine. Like uphill you notice that the engines will... You can see that very well when using electric engines, electric trains. Because you can see the power usage throughout the whole ordeal. Power usage goes up through corners and uphill. And downhill, I think it went down a little bit. But it's been since Mega City 1 when I checked that. The only thing I did was buy another train that had like significant market impact, I think. Coal price increase, because why not? A couple months. That is strange that there's a piece of unbuilt gravel road here. Seems to only be visual though. It's going to be pretty far away from Brugodonsk. Even for a village, I guess it would need a warehouse, and then maybe we need a distribution office to make sure it can pull itself enough resources from the train station. In addition to a distribution office for local distribution of citizen goods and fuel. The train line is supposed to be coming down here anyway, so it could also have a small warehouse with a rail connection, where the other train goes in after it has visited this settlement. So it goes here, doesn't wait until unloaded anymore, I guess. Fuel, other settlement, comes back and just does that as a loop. Could be an option. The slightest of profit margins. Only if our construction vehicles aren't running, bringing resources to the construction sites. Yeah, I think it's our construction sector. Whenever that one roars to life, apparently it's too much. We love profiting. Well, I love having enough money to build what I want. The economic pressure from the fuel price will drive me towards getting my own oil export, and then once we hook up oil, if we cannot export oil for 1,000 rubles per ton, it's ridiculous. Like, that would be a lot of money. Would take the train a little bit longer to drive around, but I think we can make that work. Maybe add another train car for fabric deliveries. Wouldn't really help that much because the warehouse isn't set up to store more than 35 tons. Unless I take plastics out. But I do believe that these buses will need plastics for repair at some point. Uh-oh, they already need plastic. Oh, there we go. We have a little bit of plastic left. I'm not going to import any right now, I guess. It's on the same level as like requiring fabric for repairs. Maybe it's that damn train running around with the construction materials all the time. Maybe the game takes issue with that, making it seem like we have a lot of resources being transferred around, but I'm gonna park this one for some time and see if it does anything. We're not using up that much construction materials. That many construction materials, and we get a warning if we run out of any of them, and then we can restart the train at that point. Alright, let's relocate the bulldozers. I don't have another free vehicle depot. I bought you for emptying out the waste storages. That one. Tunnel time. 2 hours to go. 2 hours to go. And then everyone can play it. I wonder if there's gonna be another patch. Maybe there's already a patch waiting. Let's see. No. Completed, but not pending. Was a small update on the regular test branch earlier. Okay. Maybe that just got pushed to that branch and not to the internal one then. Maybe I should switch over. Let me read the forum for that then. Small doesn't mean it doesn't have a lots of stuff in it. Not when it comes to workers and resources. I'm confused about the forum. Where is it? Ah, there it is. 1107 orientation issue when a vehicle is purchased at a large customs house. Added old farm and TV station building. I'm gonna update workers and resources real quick. Just a minute. Old TV station. Sounds interesting. Why would you add an old TV station? Also added old harvesters and the YA 12D truck. Damn it, I really thought we would be in a situation where we wouldn't have... oh, it's also on the internal. We would have no harvesters, but I guess we can see at which point they become available. Aha, saved. Yep, we'll see. No forced labor fields. Yeah. It is a very sad state of affairs. (1107). Let's take a look. No mention about any fixes, I guess. We can try the YA-10 waste truck, see if it works now. And I can't really see the old radio station, TV station. That's a very small TV station, holy hell. If that works like modded buildings do. Huh. Brutalism and radio signal broadcasting. There might be an old radio station still incoming, I think. Because brutalism means that it is a more modern radio station. Surely it has some restrictions. I would assume it would have less efficiency. Brutalism. Otherwise you can't get a radio station before 1955. And the TV station doesn't have that restriction right now. This one has the modernism and the television station setup. And the modernism is 65. But the old TV station only requires television setup and has no building design restriction. So this looks like an old-timey TV tower. Old farms. 6, 12 and 23 vehicles. So the largest farm is a little bit smaller, but has one extra station for loading and unloading for external vehicles. So normal, or like small size, medium size and large size. No pipe connections on that one. So they're not really optimized for liquid fertilizer. They still have an oil import tank, but no pipe connection, it looks like. They said they added another truck. The 12 something. Yeah, 12D. 32 to 48. Even larger vehicles. What the hell? I guess, that might be a replacement for the Russobald. Do you work now? Don't crash the game. I just said, don't crash the game. Doesn't listen. Doesn't want to listen. Oh my god, that's sour candy. Oh, I have one that is like I had strawberry. Oh, I had like raspberry. I mean, not strawberry, raspberry or cherry. I think I found one that is citrus and sour. That's like, oh, there's nothing sweet counteracting it. It's like super sour. Oh my god. So different than the other ones that I had before. I had like, this is the third piece. I guess they have very different flavors in there. Can't really see it, it's too dark. Yeah, sour and sour sauce, basically. That looks like, I don't know. Maybe they've decided, maybe they found a way to implement radios and TV station, but like with an area of effect, similar to like a monument. So maybe the largest, more modern buildings reach everything, but the smaller ones have like a distance? I don't know. Or maybe they just have like a lower efficiency because there's fewer workers in there. I just know that like workshop buildings, as soon as you had like the building full of workers, it was as efficient as a normal television station. And this seems very dangerous. There might be another update soon. Okay, now they can't refuel anymore. Good. Now I don't have to worry about you. But I can still use you for terraforming. Okay. That would allow us entrance to this nice flat terrain. Building a settlement would be an option, or we run a bus route to a fire station nearby and just set up an oil well. And run an export with a truck or two, or like several. Just like several buses, several trucks running to the customs house, because the throughput will allow us to have like tons of them, if we really wanted to do that. Maybe set up an end station. I think we're gonna go the route of like setting up the oil before a settlement. The oil will fund the settlement. That is also my belief in that case. Like this one, 44%. Getting the electricity over here is going to be a bit annoying, but we can just draw a small medium voltage wire over and also not care about it too much. Fire station at the bottom, maybe? Or we could just ignore the fire station, but then if it burns down, it's going to cause a traffic jam. Let's go for this one instead. Let's go for the higher, like, productivity one. I'm not gonna like commit to it, but this could also be space for some farming, because there's not that much oil here, and crops and or like not farming, well farming also, but definitely the food factory and the distillery could be next to the settlement if it becomes a larger one. So we at least can build the road all the way down here. And if that is done, we can continue planning. Because we need to bring the bulldozers out here to flatten a road up the hill to the really good oil well. Build the road. Build the power line across the hill, probably. Medium voltage, just dragged all the way through. Off of this thing here. We don't need a lot of power, but it might be a good idea to use a little bit of a higher quality power line so it can maybe transmit faster, further. Still no 21-year-olds without their own flat. We're always getting hit in winter with some population reduction. Okay, now it's just construction waste, so apparently you managed to load all the metal scrap, and now it's just construction waste, so after that you can go back into storage, which there's no room for you in here, I guess. I might just make you move into the distribution office, I guess, even though that one doesn't need that many vehicles. It's kind of like a vehicle depot for us for waste trucks. Okay, we need workers to build the entrance, but the digging then after the road crane has been used should be doable by an excavator, and it's going to take a while. That was 17,000 workdays worth of excavation left in the construction site. I guess there's also some like road construction involved in that. But it shouldn't take that many workdays to build the road, I think. Out of power, more loans. At least we're cycling 1.75 million ruble loans instead of 1.5 or lower. This oil. This is also just a single tunnel, and our main road is two road setup normally. I'm not sure if both roads will continue out this way. It looks like it would be the main path of like travel. Although we could also consider just the road going up here and then crossing over to this side along the mountain, going here and then back through the terrain. And then accessing the location for the lake from the left side after the main road has been built. But the oil has priority right now, and maybe coal price will also develop to the point where it's going to be screaming at us. Not yet. Not as much as anything else. Oh my god. The game feels like crop prices could also maybe demand some attention. Yeah, the settlement would probably send workers to a food factory and distillery with a train station for a silo that imports crops by train. So we could build the settlement up to have more citizens inside. But the initial purpose will of course be protect that oil rig. Or that oil well pump check. Yeah, iron production has shrunk down a bit. Probably because of way too many other facilities. I guess that could be a weird house that ends here in a footpath. Right next to the main road entrance to the city. The lack of bulldozers for terraforming. And making one drive over here right now feels like it's just going to cause problems that I'm going to be unaware of. Unless I'm micromanaging its delivery to the location. "10 years before the original earliest start date, yeah. We're approaching that one. Ooh, okay. Neat. That one is a full-on building version. Is that high density? It is. 150 people in a house like that. Okay. I need bulldozers. We've seen both. Not that much difference. When do the next bulldozers become available? I was gonna say let's buy the faster one that's faster by 2 kilometers an hour from 5 to 7. Availability. Bulldozer. Ruble. $56. Still gonna be a while. A critical difference. It's yeah. 50% more speed. Almost. I hope they take the snowed-in gravel road like they did last time. I have to pay attention to that, I think. We have to monitor that, because if they don't, it's just gonna be really, really bad. Well, it's gonna take a while. Even for them to get over here to the roads where we will see if it will work. Well, we gotta make sure. What does it say on the front? Stahleneck. Almost 50% faster. Yeah. From 5 kilometers up to 7. It's amazing. I think they're taking the right road, so they're already putting themselves in the correct location. And the other ones are sticking to the left side. So hopefully this will work. If I start hearing excessive honking, I have to take another look. Okay, it got a little bit brighter. This one looks like raspberry. Yep, that's raspberry. Talking about food without showing the food. Gonna have to make a VTuber adjust, PNG tuber adjustment where I draw all the food that I'm talking about. In reality, they're only 40% faster. What was I real? I said almost 50. I didn't say 50. Technically still correct. Okay, they've picked the right lane. They're not going to cause traffic issues. 250 tons of concrete. Yeah. But it should be okay. It's going to be a continuous process of construction. 17,000 workdays with 250 tons of concrete. The concrete is the least of our issues at the moment. So going to be a long construction task. Well, let's look for another vehicle to maybe import. Another Dampfkran. I'll take it. 18,000 ruble for 42 tons of Dampfkran seems fine, especially since that thing is very old and probably just made up mostly out of steel and mechanical components. I think I feel better now, but we'll see. Still got 3 days for the weekend. Next week is going to be a short week anyway. Thursday a holiday. Survive the medicine. Not done yet. Still have to eat medicine until Monday. Not allowed to stop with the antibiotics in between. Unless I want to create a super bug. I'm trying to reduce consumption of fuel. I think I'm doing that, but let's see. 406 tons last year. Okay, we reduced it by 50 tons. From 50 to 49. Another 20 tons. Another 20 tons. So we reduced it to the level of 46, I guess. Changing the bus routes was a good thing, I guess. Saved 100k on fuel. Fuel price is stagnant again. It dropped and then it rose again, and now it's back to 2,500 per ton. It was 2,000 at one point, the stream, but then it decided to go up again. Probably because of the savings. It's like fuel is only imported with the train, right? I think so, yeah. There's no other import there should be. Let me see who brings fuel to you. Oh, well, you have coal and water. That doesn't matter. Distribution office at the border has been removed and relegated to be this distribution office, and that one loads fuel and bitumen from its own storages and has no more connection to the border. Having this road as gravel and a board bridge already like annoys me with how slow the vehicles are to drive over there. I kind of want to make this an asphalt road right now, because otherwise the tunnel construction will take very long. I agree now. Might be done in 1960. We will get the very large dump truck soon. The BZ525 becomes available in 4 years, and then we're going to be carrying a lot of construction material, be it asphalt or gravel, to construction sites. And then we also have access to the Skoda 706 in 58, which is going to be awesome. And then the modernization of our vehicles will begin. Which one of these looks very sour? This one looks like cherry. I want to try that one. They all look the same. Slightly different color variations of red. I thought there was one that looked like orange. Apparently not. Pretty sour, but mostly cherry, I think. Maybe I just had like a full-on sour crystal. No flavor. That would have been funny. Yeah, I don't think this will do. It allowed us to terraform the road the way we want it to be. But I kind of think we have to rely on asphalt roads, otherwise this is just too slow with the snow. Then I have to figure out how I want the bridge to be. And if I want to keep myself the option open of ships at some point. I think right now maybe the cheapest option is the better option. And retrofitting this with a bridge that goes to a higher elevation to allow ships to go through can be done another time. So we might just upgrade this to be asphalt and that's it. Leave the rest as it is and put a better bridge in there. Just the lowest, cheapest bridge we can find. Which means I'm gonna rip up that whole bridge again. Okay, I'll just make this asphalt. Rip up the bridge. Let me know when the bridge demolition is done. We'll put a better one in. This one's gonna get to be asphalt too. And I guess we'll do that. And later on figure out something different. Oh no, it's a whole construction task. Guess that works. Now that the bulldozers have arrived, I can finally continue maybe adding some more housing to this area. Because we do need some more population. But the iron processing isn't running efficient enough anymore. And finances are looking grim. Oil going down, yeah. Several months. it time to build an extra fuel storage? No. It went down to a reasonable amount, like what we had before, but only a couple months. I mean, those price spikes going up to 6,000 is so scary. Game is being really brutal right now. $200 citizens. 150, yeah? Makes sense. They even have balconies. They look pretty modern. I guess these might be Stalinkas. They look old school. They would make sense like along a main road with like 4 or 6 lanes. Very high density looking housing. Even if it isn't, of course. But yeah, they're much taller than what we have so far. Alright. More housing development is possible. They have access to a grocer, although quite inefficiently. This heating plant is already running full capacity for most of the year, because I limited its amount of workers, because it was like taking on most of the work from the other heating plants and thus running out of coal. But since all the coal storages have now been filled, I guess we could try and set them all up to like run at full capacity. A little bit worried about that we're going to run out of coal again. I wonder if you can just restrict the amount of coal being used by running it with fewer workers, and it's going to save you heating in Siberia. Instead of getting to up to like 95 or 90 degrees, you're going only up to like 85 or 80. Sounds like a risky thing to test. If I go high density, I worry that we might see the heating plant causing problems. Although I don't know if high density and medium density have any difference, because they are the same building, just shorter. Low density always feels like they're much smaller. But then again, it's also just the blueprint, so it must be a definition thing. Let's just see how the heating looks like with 2 extra houses. We haven't even run our flats full. People die off too quickly. And some more housing further away from the heating plants might be a good alternative. Yeah, life expectancy looks much different now. I wonder if they fixed the heating. AKA the pollution. That does not look good for us. Not at all. And just adding more houses will not solve anything. It's just going to increase the amount that the heating plants will have to run. We could try and set up the centralized heating again with a heat exchanger and see if that works. Also, we went from 1940 to 1950, so maybe that had an impact. It's a time to try the large heating plant again that I demolished before, because it didn't work. Or we just drop in several smaller heat exchangers. I don't have the room for any of this. Let me reduce the amount of workers in the heating plant and see what happens. Let's go down to 3 for all of them. And see how quickly we run into heating issues. It should reduce the pollution output a bit now. But do we still have enough heating capacity that way? My gut would tell me no. We need the coal mine processing plant and a heating plant over there to bring heating into the city. Still 2 degrees left between 15 and 13. 13 being the critical point. At which point it should start affecting our citizens negatively. So right now I'm not too worried about the heating capacity, but mostly about the pollution. Seems to be holding. Pollution filters could be a nice research to have. I did already spend the free research point for this. Okay, temperature seems fine. Could even go lower probably, but then it just would probably become too fluctuating. Depending on how many workers are in the heating plant at that point. Coal mine and signal processing plant and heating plant. Heating plant up here would be too far away probably. Would need 1 heat pumping station. I mean, what we had was like, it felt like a bug. We only dropped by 5 degrees for 800-ish meters. The previous heating plant was here, and the heat exchanger was, I think, somewhere in this location, 700 meters. This would triple the distance, so we would probably lose 15 degrees, but the pollution would be completely gone from the city, how you would normally build it. This area is fine, 80. This heating plant is fine. This is also not too bad, 70. These are low density houses. I think these are medium density. Yep. But we should be far away enough. 165 is pretty far. 2 years, 2 hours until release, presumably. I'm going to take a slightly extended break. I'm gonna go and get some food, stretch, and yeah, take a short break. I did refresh the loan right now, so this should be safe. The break shouldn't take too long, 5 to 10 minutes, I think. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Was even shorter than 5 minutes, I think. Money still went down by like 70k at least. I think we're going to make this a brick bridge, which is not going to be very fast, but it's still going to be asphalt, and 70 or 100 kilometers an hour doesn't really matter to us. Just that it's asphalt and it's fast in winter. Maybe if I start hoarding fuel, the price is gonna go down. 2,760 now. Anything worth importing for scrapping? That one. 40,000 for 100 tons, looks pretty good. Communal. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the new harvesters yet. I gotta do that. Yeah, I'll get that one. I don't think we can see the new vehicles that well in the screen, it looked like. Harvester, right from the get-go. That's the Soviet border. Communal Combine, a USA harvester. It's hard to see what it looks like with the... I don't know. It's 19,000. There's still a bit of a gap. Oh, I think that might be a tractor-pulled harvester, not its own vehicle. I think there's a tractor in the front and a giant harvester in the back being pulled. And the icon for the early start is making it look a bit weird. I think that's what that is. What a shame. I thought harvesting would be more difficult in early start. And it will be. I mean, the vehicle efficiency is still going to be low. Oh, the 70 EV modes are still not working. I thought they were working again. Oh, that one is working. It's not 7TV, that's the Cypher. finishing up the asphalt road to the bridge. That needs to be demolished. I wasn't sure. I thought gravel would be fine, but we have winter for too long, and with an asphalt road we can run full speed throughout the year. Asphalt road is really good in winter in Siberia map. Especially with early start. Definitely recommend it. On a normal map, probably not needed. I assume. Could still be quite an effect, I guess. We paid 40,000 for this thing, and it has 70 tons of metal scrap, 18 tons of steel, 2.5 tons of mechanical components, and 0.3 tons of electronic components. Uh-oh. Mega Monkey. Help. I noticed a problem. Anyone in chat. I'm clicking this vehicle. It's a Russo Bolt. They changed the horn. They changed the horn. It's the normal horn now. That is so sad. Probably better for release version to have that than the honking all the time. But I do hope they implement the old horn in the same version that the more modern ones work, where if you're further away they become quieter. But yeah, no more honk. Honk gone. It is so weird when 7TV doesn't work and Mega Monkey just writes stuff like aware and PP hints and like what the hell's going on? That's why you shouldn't replace emotes with like normal words. Like aware is like, yeah sure, aware. Makes sense. At least when an emote has PP in it, I know what it is about. But just aware, it's like, confused. Well, I don't know. I guess if you buy the DLC, there's not gonna be a honking good Brusilbald in there anymore. So you will have to make your own value judgment with that. It's quite sad actually. Maybe I can roll back to the old version. I mean, I guess the workshop version of that vehicle probably still has the functionality. I think the workshop version might also be reduced speed. I think the current one is just too fast at 30 kilometers an hour. Also for the new settlement, we should definitely set up the building material storage first, and probably even like its own gravel processing, so we don't have to transport asphalt, concrete and gravel over there. And the building materials by train, and then the only thing they would go and pick up is electronic components and mechanical components from the warehouse over here. But we could also set up the warehouse already. Yeah, maybe we build the train station first before the settlement. Fire station, then the oil, and then the train station plus for the delivery of resources, and then the settlement after. The train tunnel is also going to be expensive. That's a problem. Why are you so much affected by pollution? Is it because of all the heating plants? But these ones are just as close. Yeah, maybe once you go medium density on Siberia, you do need your own heating plant with heating pipes. I wonder if it got fixed, if it works, or if I just had a bug or something. I don't know. Maybe like a rare instance of something not working. If I place it here, it would cover pretty much everything central. Currently this is the area that has like the least amount of heating. Problem with this is I would block windows for some people, and that is not okay. I'd rather turn on the building wholesale. Completely. I don't want to build a heating plant. Why doesn't it work anymore? Is it like the amount of population suddenly demanding more heating? The houses are always the same. I don't think I've built any more houses other than the cableway station, which I don't think takes heating. Doesn't. I'm building more houses right now. Full speed in winter thanks to an asphalt road. If the top speed is only 30 kilometers an hour, it can function anyway. I'm not sure how stored resources affect the resource market. Basically, you're hoarding resources for cheap, I guess. Or I have the option to. Maybe in the next game in the beginning I should build like a large oil tank and just like start hoarding fuel right from the get-go, which might make the fuel price crash and be a non-issue throughout the game. Something else would probably take its place. Do we have an issue with not enough throughput on the cableway station? There's 3 cabins in here. That doesn't seem to be the issue. Bring the last cableway cabin in, please, and then go into a depot. I don't know. Feels like the game is trying to keep us down. More population would mean more loan capacity, but right now, I mean, population growth still seems to be going. It's just a constant up and down because of the deaths that we're experiencing throughout winter. But in general, it still seems to work. We're just cycling through our population more frequently. As long as the population is happy, I guess it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Since we still have some houses that are quite happy and not as affected by pollution. If everyone was affected, and we constantly ran at like 55 years, then it would be a problem. But right now it's just... it's seasonal. It's a seasonal thing. Coal mine we have over here is 76%. Still thought the idea would be funny to run a coal mine directly next to a city. Kinda want this run to continue. I think I'm going to cancel low tech for good now. Otherwise we're gonna be stuck, and I want to like fix this right now. Siberia is keeping me locked down quite tight, and I would like to research pollution monitoring, or like pollution basics and then the pollution filters, because the heating plants I think count in that regard. And if there's no opposition, we could just throw down our shackles and try and explore. I mean, what I really need is a research point. I need a research point to get pollution filters. That's what I need. And researching weatherproofing was probably not necessary. Oh well. Are you playing a modded variation, or did they update the game with the lock of years and researches? We're playing early start. We started in 1930. With the DLC that's going to release in 1.5 hours. And that change to the research tree is also included in the public beta branch patch version right now. It doesn't affect the researches of the normal start years, but they still updated the tech tree for the normal start date. I assume. I guess solar would be a year after start. And that's pretty much it. Modernism you don't start with if you start in 1960. I mean, you don't start with the research option, because modernism is basically all the buildings you start with in the 1960 start. But everything you see is vanilla. It's not modded. It's just available for early. for an early testing, evaluation, look at, whatever you want to call it. In our case, mostly testing. New DLC, need to check it out. Well, you're gonna be happy if you are interested in it, because it will release today in slightly over an hour. First actual larger expansion to gameplay, I think. Biomes DLC was the first expansion to gameplay variety, with Siberia map, for example, which we are on right now, but also Desert and Asia biome. And this one, new start date, lots of more vehicles, new buildings, and that changes the whole dynamic of the how everything interacts with each other. You still have your normal production chains. It was, I guess, a lot more different in the beginning when there was no tractors or harvesters, but there's still like differences in that you don't start with asphalt pavers or rollers. So if you want asphalt, you still have to build it by hand completely. So asphalt roads are kind of a luxury that you might still have to or want to invest in because of their benefit during winter. Maybe that one single oil well behind the iron mine would have been the better choice. Ah well. Once we're over and hook everything up, it's gonna be more easy to access. Although the way I'm connecting things right now, the train line has to be kind of permanent. The train line has to be connected proper. And I think we're just going to turn left here, stay on the same height, and then... maybe hook up to the mountain. 36 into 36 here. Run over to the hillside, go through. I mean, it drops down to like 2 meters above water. It's not like going to be that sensible for us to hold the elevation, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna use ships. I kinda have like mostly trains in mind, really. Especially because of the high fuel prices that we don't have to pay when we're using the trains. Because we use coal and water instead. Do we get new maps with the DLC as well? Yes, you get Moscow and St. Petersburg in the game, either populated or unpopulated in realistic scale, either like 1:1 or 1:2 scale. I'm not quite sure which scale it was, but the scale of the map is a lot closer to reality than the world map DLCs, for example. World map DLC maps. Well, 35% loyalty is pretty good. Birth rate increase, shut down the university again. I like that repeatable research quite a bit. Last time I played, I downloaded the manual and installed the DLC. Which updated the customs office to have a roundabout system built in. When you looked at yours earlier, it's kind of the same. Yep. That's gonna be part of the patch, so not the DLC itself. Large customs houses now are traffic optimized. Medium and small customs houses are not. I'm just not sending a lot of road vehicles to the customs house because fuel cost is quite high. But yes, they take a detour and drive around the back to loop around and have a lot more vehicle throughput as a potential. Allowing a lot of vehicles to enter and exit the customs house at the same time. One more waste pickup on the bridge. And then we can put a new one in place of the old one. And like I said, we're gonna use the brick version, I guess. What if we had centralized heating that is further away but still within walking distance? What I mean is like the large heating plant somewhere here. And then a heating pipe to heat the whole city. Pollution output is 5 tons versus 20 tons. 4 times as much pollution. And when the small heating plant runs full tilt or close to, it's already killing people around it. So I would assume, yeah, this area's like pretty badly polluted already. So is this one? I need pollution filters. I need to give the population more residential places to live in that are further away from the heating plants. This one is right in between two heating plants, so we'll see if that is any worse. But from what it looked like, the places most affected are not in the middle of the city between the heating plants, but right next to the heating plants. So pollution clouds don't seem to be forming. And by pollution clouds, I mean like when you have two buildings that produce pollution and they start overlapping. This area has more pollution than the actual, or more pollution issues. So if this one was like over here, and this heating plant was further away, then suddenly you have a lot of people dying in the city because those two pollution creators start causing problems in the center and between the buildings. Usually only happens with like things like a refinery or a steel mill, where the pollution output is significant, and it can affect further than a kilometer. And like we see here, it doesn't seem to happen with the small heating plants. These three small heating plants can't output more pollution than the larger one. 30 gigajoules versus 140. So 120. We would make 120 gigajoules at. If we have 4 of these, then the pollution would be equivalent. So we would have produced less. We produce less heating per pollution. If we have 5 of these, that would be 25 workers. Yeah. It's times 4. A large heating plant is more efficient. But it also concentrates all the heating in one place. Now I'm tempted again to move this heating plant further. We had it here before, and it was causing the same issues. I think the heating plants are just... Maybe because I lowered the amount of workers in here, this one started to kick in more. I'm going to put this one at 5 workers again, because here we have low density housing. This one is medium density housing, so we have to be a bit more careful with the pollution in this area, and this one should be the one that is actually running at reduced rate permanently. Maybe just building the cities out of low density housing until we can get an efficient heating plant solution going is the right idea. But I do have already a lot of medium density housing set up, and I'm building more. So that's just gonna keep staying that way. The loyalty has improved quite a lot, and productivity is at 75% now. I think previously it was around 70. Maybe that's why the heating plants are more dangerous now, because the productivity of the heating plants is going up. I was running them all at 3. I don't need to run... well, I guess if I run them all at 3, these ones have to fight more. Yeah, let's let this one run at full efficiency and this one, but let this one run at lower efficiency. I kind of want to try them at like only 2 workers, but it doesn't seem to help that much. I think they should probably all be at full efficiency. They get to the maximum heat water tank again quicker and then throttle themselves down in productivity. But I don't know which way is the better version right now. This run is still new and weird territory for having the settlements right around the heating plants and it working fairly well, as long as it's low density housing. I guess we didn't look at this settlement, if it had any changed behavior. I have to do that at another winter maybe. We're losing money with all of our exports. We're partially constructing some things, but it's barely anything. Highest import is still fabric. Let's make sure we're still making money. 566,000 compared to 727,000 in export profits. So the fabric is profitable. That should easily pay for the fuel costs that get consumed from the fabric, which is mostly coal and then some fuel to bring it from the warehouse to the clothing factory setup and then the clothing back. But fuel cost seems to have come down quite a bit. Or fabric cost has gone up quite a bit because of the significant import we're doing. Maybe the whole fabric import we're running is driving up the crop prices and therefore the food prices. Maybe I'm burning myself a little bit with that. Although food is still a negligible cost. The profit from importing fabric and making clothing kind of covers the import of food at least. And alcohol is also cheap and meat and doesn't seem that high. Sticking with villages might be okay, and just connecting them with trains. So you build a large rail network to try and bring people where they need to go, rather than having a large population center. I wonder if the city that I built might have been too early. But I wanted to try it, of course. No highly educated, please. Well, 3,000 population, at least, at last. We got somewhere. Yeah, we have to creep with asphalt roads, I think. That keeps the transportation speed high throughout winter as well. Basically full speed for all of our slow vehicles. Except the most modern buses, but they are not in construction offices yet. I think the last hour has started. Before the DLC releases. I'm gonna buy an old harvester to show what it looks like. And then I'm probably gonna send it over to be scrapped. And how slow is that thing anyway? Oh my god, that looks perfect. 7 kilometers an hour. There you go. Lovely. That is going to be an issue on 2-lane roads. But quite funny that they decided to introduce something like that. Sheesh. I wonder if that one can be overtaken by other vehicles. Bam. Dead. Super snowplow, yeah. That is a very old school harvester. Oh, they're not driving on the same side of the road, I guess. Well, you're gonna make your way over to the scrapyard because I just wanted to show you off. It also comes with several liveries, I guess. Why are you not moving? Oh my god, the rear wheels. Wait, what? Huh. Okay, blue, green, yellow, white, and white red. Pick whichever one. What the hell is that? That's the harvester. That's the harvester you start the game with if you want. If you want to do farming. You even have a steering wheel up here. If you want to be a pirate, I guess. You can steer the harvester from up there. No, not the trees, not my street signs, no. Oh well. Okay, I guess we ran out of bricks. I have to wait until the train gets here again. Oh, well, I was waiting for someone to say that the train needs to run again. Guess that's my cue to start the train up again. Okay, I guess we'll find out soon if this vehicle gets overtaken. Why do you prefer the asphalt road? That's so mean. Oh no. Oh no, we're not going to have that situation. Get off the road. Sheesh. I'm gonna write that as a report right now. Driving behind the vehicle. Oh no! It got overtaken by one. But only if they're quite far behind, I guess. Not cool. Game realism gone so far. They clean ditches next to the roads now. Yeah, they're cutting the grass next to the road. Gotta make this highway look presentable. I wonder if a vehicle that goes over 70 kilometers an hour would overtake it. They only compare the first number. And since it goes only 7 kilometers an hour, maybe they think it goes 70 and prefers asphalt roads because of it. I don't know, guys. Gonna see how the release is gonna go. I have a lot of fun with this, but I'm also quite addicted to this game. So yeah. Public perception might be a bit different. We will see. Oh, they can't get to the bus stop from there. Really? And they also can't get to the cableway station? What did I build? Yeah, less than an hour. That would work. Why are we losing so much distance here? Because it's all square footpaths and no direct path to the bus stop. It's not important that you can get to the bus stop, I guess, but it should be easily possible. And since I plan on building a lot of houses here, we should develop some basic footpath tunnels, I guess, to help the citizens more easily get to where they want to go. I can get to the bus stop and the shopping center. Not really that efficiently either, because we're still taking a bit of a corner, but at least they can get there, I guess. 0 money, thank you. It's over 13 degrees, that'll be fine. Oh, we have a lot of unemployment for people stuck in the cableway. That must have been happening for a little bit already. Maybe I should stop refreshing loans and just take out new ones. But with the refreshing of loans, we're slowly getting up to 2 million. In loan capacity again, the last loan we took out was 1.9. I think a different footpath that is a little bit more direct would be okay. Don't demolish that. $360 to the bus stop, 310 to the shopping center. I guess. I might need that other bus stop here. And then run an inner city bus route from bus stop to bus stop. %of population stuck in cableway because of unpaid electricity bill. It happened, I can't deny it. It's true. So I guess now the YA 12D already exists, which is a high capacity vehicle for an exorbitant price. So they chose to have one of those as an option. I think that might be a long trailer truck, because it says it's only 5 meters long and this one is 7 meters long. This one probably has a giant trailer. And we gotta check it out. Only 77 kilowatts of engine power, it's fine. Oh my god. 58 kilometers an hour. That thing is fast. But it will cost you a lot. But I think this is the thing, the vehicle that gives you the option to run. Instead of a train, you can run these, probably. To some extent, of course. Even Carvatal, yeah. In our case, we have one of them in the construction office for construction material deliveries. And that thing is like super fast. So many yak vehicles. I really like that one vehicle that had a driver in it. I forgot which one it was. Yeah, fuel consumption doesn't look too bad. Speed is really good. For that, the engine power is really good. If you can run that speed, of course. If you have gravel and then a lot of snow, that's probably not a good idea. But if you have either snow plows or road clearing, asphalt roads, if you have road clearing or asphalt roads, then it's probably worth it. Still only these two snow plows. The one for 18 kilometers an hour plowing speed is probably worth it, but it's also more expensive. Unfinished footpath. 11 tons of boards. Sure. Less than an hour until release. It's almost here. Yes, I apparently did. Thank you. Just noticed that they made the health sign green. Yes. That came with a recent update. What's the iron price? Still okay. Lower than before, but still okay, I would say. What's the fuel price? Not any different. Still as high as ever. We can see where we started planning for the oil field and then it came back. It's like game just trolling us. This is basically the first city in Early Star that we built. I'm thinking about like how the next one would look like. Probably more organized and probably more flattened terrain. But if it is before 1950 or 1940, he would still be stuck with the bulldozers of the era. And would have to get that set up first. Legal Red Cross rights infringement? No. Geneva Convention. Something. So, like, legal statute about the Geneva Convention. Which I guess you could argue is a rights infringement because they claim that right based on the Geneva Convention. That's going to be a bit of population growth quite rapidly. Shortly before winter, I'm sure they're fine. Alright, send more teachers and get the new migrants educated. We'll see how the heating looks like and then expand up on more housing over here. And I think we're gonna be far away enough from the heating plants where this shouldn't be an issue. But the distance to the bus stop kind of worries me. That would be nice. Maybe a footpath down this way to allow some more housing to be hooked up. Yeah, we'll build another bus stop. And I'll run an inner city bus route, I think, between the two bus stops. So the only clothing store we will have is going to be here, I think. Of course we'll have another grocer in this area. But yeah, shouldn't build too many duplicates of buildings that we don't need. Can't believe Mega Monkey stayed awake for the release version. What a trooper. Well, I assume. Still awake half an hour ago. Or awake again. One of the two. Still awake, I assume. Are you holding up, Mega? A bit tired? Would it be mean if Twitch streamers started to yawn on stream? That would be pretty mean, I think. Let's not do that. I don't want to go towards these lengths. That sounds unreasonable. Sounds like torture for you. But yeah, you almost made it. Unless always tired. Okay, well then there's no change, I guess. Then you're good. It's almost over. I want to add more open hull trucks. I'm gonna make an open hull truck construction office, which is going to be probably this one. And then the utility one is gonna be the one that hasn't been built yet. But what that means is I will probably spend more money to get some of these high capacity vehicles. It's so much money though. But they all have like, these two have almost the same engine power. And this one is faster and therefore more efficient. Can also carry more resources. I think we have to get these, more initial investment. Can these ones carry the bulldozers? They should be able to carry the bulldozers. Yes. The Yard 12D can carry both bulldozers. Alright, so they added a vehicle that can carry them. I guess it's probably for the better. Alright, I'm gonna buy a couple. Oh, yellow. That looks very familiar. Sure, we're gonna go with yellow and black trim. There you go. Stylish. Don't have yellow in these ones, do we? I guess that's kind of like it. Oh no, we do. We could recolor our city now. At least like in this area. Don't have to do everything. "25 minutes-ish. Hello Clark Plays Games. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Let me give you a shout out. How was your Workers and Resources stream? I've been playing Workers and Resources too. Yeah. We're basically streaming until the release of the new DLC, having a good time, taking an early look at it. Building up a chaotic, organized city with the new buildings. Struggling with very high fuel prices. Of now 3,250 rubles. The game wants me dead. Is it any different than starting in 1960? Yes, it is. Lower capacity, more focus on maybe transportation by ship or rail. Although they're adding more vehicles that will allow you to also, at least like starting in 1932, have like a reasonable way to transport resources over longer distances. It's worse than energy crisis, fuel prices. Yeah, it's I don't know what to think about this. It's kind of bad. No, that just happened in our game for some reason. I don't know why, but fuel prices went crazy. And I don't know why. Everything else is fine, but fuel prices, if we're checking our all-time imports, fabric we're importing because we're turning that into money via clothing factories, so that one is kind of profitable. 8.5 million for fabric, turning into 11.8 million of clothing export profit, and also not having to import any fabric or clothing otherwise. So that's fine. Other than that, 7.8 million in fuel cost, which is just fuel cost for the vehicles. No refinery yet? No. I don't want to make it a refinery again. But I will build to the oil field and start exporting oil, I guess. As soon as the first oil truck probably hits the border, it's going to be like, oh, all value of fuel has vanished. So yeah, that's what's been going on for us right now. Mostly sitting around. I am running a bit of construction, so all the construction vehicles are roaring back to life and starting to consume fuel, and I think that's when the fuel price goes up a lot. I also added more trucks to it, I guess. That's how you have been surviving at the moment, selling oil, and now I need to get it turned into fuel. Yeah. That's a good way. Then fuel price should never be an issue, really. Are you buying fuel by rail or ship? By rail. We have our train station over here with our warehouse and then the fuel unloading. And this little train has 3 oil tankers in the back for fuel and 1 for bitumen. Yeah, clothing is really efficient. Very logistics efficient. You can run 1 truck to and from the clothing factory and like make boatloads of money that way. With very little logistics overhead. This is our iron mine setup. Not running that well right now, needs more workers. We did set up a cableway system, but not enough workers are feeding into it at the moment. So we're building more houses and hooking them up to be able to get there via underground footpaths, which will hopefully fix that. I guess that's the same color scheme, but no trim version. Thank you for the raid. You're welcome for the shout out. And yeah, everything is going well. We're 8 years away from the regular start date, and we haven't made much progress at all. But it's a lot of fun still. Thank you again. As long as it's fun, yeah. And thank you for the follow, Clark Plays Games. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Well, we're losing boatloads of money now. As expected with the increased fuel prices. Games was like, oh, we see you're almost to 2 million rubles again. We can't be having that. Time to pull you back. Migration reduced the amount of highly educated workers down to 16%. I guess I should check the growth, if it's going up or down, because if it's going down we need to fix things. It's holding steady. Regular educated citizens are increasing, which is happening right now because of migration. And the people getting an education in the school, general population growth was slowing down before then. Okay, prioritize these footpaths for now, so they can walk at least to the bus stop and find some work there. I don't think on this map you need a like a medium or large scale hospital until you get into the modern flats that have a lot more population density. Because buildings widely spread out seems to be a bit of an issue. We're almost at 2 million. And I could refresh all the loans. And yeah, I guess these workers should also be able to go to the cableway station, but I think being able to directly go to the shopping centers may be a better idea in the beginning. We should turn down the demand for the bridge to be low priority to finish the construction inside the settlement first. You could have picked bricks, but you chose steel. That's fine. You're picking bricks, okay. Tunnel is done, just the entrances now. Bunch of brick deliveries. Even if they can, once they get to this bus stop, they can also walk to the cableway station from there, if no one picks them up for the clothing factories. But the buses will pick them up, and when they come back they will unload them at the bus stop and send them out to the other... actually they transfer unload them. No, regular unload now. If you bring workers back, send them out throughout the city. Also towards the cableway station. Let's see if the other bus stop can walk directly to the cableway station. It can. That's going to be useful. For the inner city bus route, I guess. I might have to set it to deprioritize the cableway station, otherwise people are just gonna unload and like... Well, I guess in this case I can't... If I had a bus route between the cableway station and the bus stop, and I picked up people from here and unloaded them here and they walked back to the cableway station, I would have just created an infinite loop with no real purpose. But I am not stopping at the cableway station, so it should be fine. Hello Zadalier, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. You've also played Workers and Resources. Did it involve any early start shenanigans for you? Because the release is gonna be in 10 minutes, I guess. Official release. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite. We're taking a look at, or continuing to play Early Start DLC for Workers and Resources, which should release in 10 minutes. We've been playing it a bit this week. We started in 1930, it's now 1952. It's going a bit crazy. I needed the distraction. Well, certainly did. Game couldn't handle producing gravel and crashed twice. Did you use any mods? Were you trying to transport waste with the Yak 10 vehicles? Because they crashed the game for me too. Either they don't work or they crash the game. So... these things. I guess I haven't tried in this version yet. No, I think we tried in the 07 version. I think that was the first thing I tried. Truck might be the culprit. I think so, yeah. Okay, let me test it again. I think we already tried it, but hey. It either goes to a waste stop and doesn't do anything, or it crashes the game. Crashing the game. In this case. Hopefully that's gonna be ironed out soon. Because people are gonna be using that vehicle. Hopefully that will fix your issue. You can use the Russo bolts, and if you have them enabled. Hey, we're producing gravel. Oh, the game crashed. Yeah. I can let you know that anything in regards to the gravel production should be fine, because I've been running this forever. So it must be a vehicle related thing, I think, unless you set something weird up. We have gravel, asphalt and concrete. So I think in general it should, oh god, in general it should work. 2 million. We got 2 million. Exactly. It's going to be worth the couple deaths that this will have caused. I don't know if, what map you're playing. I had issues setting up a large heating plant with a heat exchanger. Did not heat any house whatsoever. So I have a city that is made up out of heating plants directly adjacent to the city, which seems to be working somewhat okay, although it started to significantly reduce the health of my citizens recently, which is what I'm trying to counter with like increased birth rate research. And it's going okay, but population graph is swaying a lot. Not happy about what I'm doing. Let me put the store page for the DLC on screen so I can see when it releases. Like, when it has released, I guess. It says less than an hour, presumably in 5 minutes. Plus or minus some undisclosed time. Random Siberia map is what I'm running with. Ah yeah, you said that, sorry, I forgot. Contemplating on using a modded hydro plant, which would block my river completely. So I won't be used boats for once. Mods already? Ay. I'm not sure what to think about that. Sounds like a pretty big investment, but then no more, I assume, electricity issues? It's available now. It is available now for 18 euro, 20 euro minus a 10% discount. So the DLC is now available, like Tumahai said. If you want to buy it and check it out yourself, you can now do that. Let me see if there's been another patch. Discussions? I don't think so. Unless the patch is out, but no one has written about it yet. Doesn't look like it. Will be something like 900 megawatt hours, no pollution, 330 tons of steel, plus a whole lot of other stuff to build. And then to maintain it, like that much steel to maintain regularly, is going to be expensive. I have no reference with megawatt hours. Okay. So a gas power plant basically. Seems quite expensive. It would look cool. Well then, what are you waiting for? I guess for the next stream, because you already ended your stream. That makes sense, yeah. We're back to 2 million ruble loans. Patch 1021 is out. Oh, I checked on the internal. Let's see. Where is it? No, 11007, we're already on that. Big Vito, thank you. Yeah, we already have that one. Waiting for having an actual population in your republic before we can start building something like that. That makes sense. You're downloading something more? Patch 1 Classic Duck 107 out. They brought Classic Duck back? Oh man, I hope so. I don't see any attempt at downloading, so Honk is gone for now. That fuel price is basically keeping me in check somehow, like it's like... Should have gone for oil, you could have had stuff. Instead you went for iron and boards. The game is mocking me, in my mind. I need another kindergarten, I think. I'm starting to like the warm color of the yellow buildings inside the snow. That doesn't look half bad. Very nice design. Iron price going down, because why not? Several months. I didn't want to have money anyway. Making money, aka would make money if I wasn't buying vehicles. With a classic oil and hazardous waste combo. That's also only end of 1932 for you. I don't know if you've... I haven't shown you yet, but what do you think our fuel price is, Saddleier? What would you assume our current fuel price is? Indicating that fuel is our most expensive import by that. Per ton, yeah. If you want to take a guess. $1,500? How about 4,000? The game is telling me that it doesn't want me to play anymore. This whole, like, run. Let's go, big money. Maybe I should sell on these. Oh my god, this is like a... This is not a price spike, this is the actual fuel development price. This is not a price spike, I don't think. Oh god, we're so screwed. But before that it was 2,500. 700 something. So, yeah. Every time I send my construction vehicles out, my fuel price goes crazy. I don't need electric trains. I'm running coal trains. The fuel price doesn't matter for trains because they're running on coal. What we're running electrically is a cableway station, because the bus route was using more fuel, so... Heck, I forgot about coal trains. No. No, you didn't. Come on. That's the whole point of the DLC. You didn't. You're just messing with me. Well, they will need a few more patches for sure. I assume they're going to drip feed content, like they definitely need another old-timey radio station, otherwise you get a TV station before you get a radio station, which doesn't make any sense. Because of the brutalism research, which is time-locked, time-gated. So yeah, I'm slowly trying to develop to some oil. I discarded the easy development towards oil for this one because this one had more potential for more settlements. And now the game is like apparently doubling the fuel price. The real settler would be using boats. Would be cool if they had steamboats that used coal as well. Genius boats, yeah. I haven't looked at the 2 new boats yet, which they added for early start. Not sure what they feel or look like. I mean, I think we loaded them briefly, but we haven't run them yet in a proper like test scenario. Release has happened indeed. It is finally here. Are you going to play it, Das? Maybe after this run. I want to finish this one to a reasonable conclusion. I want to die by, like, fuel death, I guess. Easy Starter DLC. Well, it should be the Easy Quack DLC, but the Easy Duck DLC, but they removed that. They removed the vehicle honking. I'm so sad. I'm gonna get annexed into the Soviet Union, please no. I'm going to Brazil. Alright, footpath is up. Looks like there's plenty of workers here now. Those were previously at the construction sites for the footpath tunnels, so this should slowly balance itself into the cableway cars. It should not be that many workers here all the time. But it also means that the iron mine should have enough workers again. Hopefully. Once they get here. Well, what does the game think about the fuel price right now? 4,100 still. Oil price of 2,000 tons. 2,000 per ton. How about that? I don't know what to think about those fuel prices. They... Oh, Tumai wrote something that... Oh, you wrote something with... If you write a version number, then it gets deleted. Because it thinks it's a URL. 1107 we already have, yes, Tumai. Okay, back to trying to build the bridge and getting over to the oil, I guess. temperatures to the point where the heating plants will have an effect on our health again. No, these ones are affected. What the hell, game? I thought low density housing is not affected. Like this one. This heating plant... I mean, it's affecting it, but like, we're at 67 years life expectancy. I guess this one is not running at full tilt. Maybe... Maybe I need to have enough heating plants where they all run like at 50% at most. And then if you go over that, you have a problem. I wonder if I should drop another heating plant in. Just to reduce the overall, like, strength. Which seems counterintuitive. So I guess it doesn't matter if it's low density, medium density, or high density, it's just how heavily do these heating plants run. Guess we charged a heating plant on every street corner. I wonder if that would work. If you just like plaster heating plants everywhere. Because then they charge up a little bit and then they run like a very low level. Is it better to like... It seems counterintuitive and it's probably stupid. But what if you had heating plants everywhere? Time for science. If only I had the room. I guess I could place it outside around the city. We have a bus stop here. A classicer on every street corner. That sounds so stupid, it might work. To make sure they run at half capacity, you figure out how many people you can have, and then always place a new building. Oh my god. Frostpunk, yeah. They haven't fixed the spinning metro. That's good fun. People like that one in my stream. I don't know what you mean. I wonder if that one also spins when it's running normally, because I think it will. So if you just use that in a city, go into underground view and turn, like, zoom in very close, it's gonna be absolute chaos. I can't see... Oh, in the top there, because of the road. There we go. This is gonna be so stupid. I should centralize my heating outside the city, but like I said, we tried that. The initial setup was a heat exchanger here and the heating plant here. It was very short distance. From here to like here. Less than 600 meters. Or somewhere in this area. And it was able to heat like the building right next to it, and everything else was too cold. I'm not sure if something was like very strange with the setup that I did, or because the heat exchanger had full heat. It was at like 85 degrees. Well, let's go all in, I guess. Money's looking horrible anyway. I hear drilling. Awesome. I can't answer right now because someone's decided that they wanted to drill. And I guess I can answer until they start drilling again. New vehicles, new buildings, new fuel type for the steam engines. But the behavior is still generally the same, it just feels different. Because of how everything works together with low density, low capacity vehicles struggling, making rail more higher in demand, for example. DLC in, where do we download Brightwood Skills Classic Duck? Classicer. Are there any new research? Also hi. Hello Sawelli. Yes, there's new research. Research tree now has the change that certain research is locked behind dates, so you can't get nuclear power before the Second World War, for example. And there's new tech, which in this case can restrict your access to high voltage pylons. Not just the 18 megawatt wires, but also some of the other ones. We don't have those yet. But you do have some available. The other restriction there is architectural style. You go through functionalism, brutalism, Soviet modernism, which unlocks different types of buildings. So you don't start with like all of the new residential buildings right away. Some of them are locked behind functionalism tech, which has the cool new building with the residential building with the road in between, so you can make enclosed residential blocks that link a road in the middle. Modern industry is new. You have older versions of industry, of certain industry, and modern industry gives you access to the newer ones. Research for the train tracks, research for modern rail construction, and I think that's it. Everything else is mainly gated behind the access for the years, so you will not start with everything available right away that you might be used to. Gravel processing being, I think, the big one that people might be used to, where the gravel processing plant is a staple of their setup, but the quarry with conveyor connection and the gravel processing plant with incoming conveyor connection are now locked behind modern industry. So you will have to develop an older style setup that includes functioning trucks. I can't believe I'm building more heating plants. I'm going to limit each heating plant to like... This doesn't make any sense. They're still going to produce the same amount of like pollution, but I'm wondering if there's like a... If there's a limit at like 50%, if they run only at 50%, maybe the pollution output is like doesn't count or something. So you would be better off with more heating plants to make sure you stay under that limit. I guess that's what we're testing. It shouldn't create more pollution. That shouldn't happen. A rounding arrow maybe? I don't know. Like, look at this settlement here. Our city has been dying because of pollution, right? Life expectancy is pretty low, especially next to the heating plants at like 56. Anything below 60 is like not really sustainable. Over here is fine, there's a heating plant, these ones are doing alright. Here we have a village with houses directly next to the heating plant at 67 years of life expectancy. So they're definitely affected by it, and it's running at 57%. Sometimes it's going higher when the temperature drops, but not for too long, just to deal with like the additional cooling, I guess. But the settlement has been running fine. As long as we're not too far off 65 years and higher, we're definitely running a sustainable settlement. Snow collects particles on the way down. I don't think the game simulates that. Would be fun though. So we're building 2 more heating plants and seeing what of a mess that will create. And then I guess I can like force them to run at like at most 42% by only employing 2 workers in them. And then see if that makes a difference. If they don't lose any heating, maybe it's already functional that way. Okay, we're doing silly shenanigans today. Republic ending shenanigans, potentially. I should keep the heating display open for my houses, so I'm like aware what I'm doing. It's not too bad yet. We did get the insulation technology, so we can drop to 13 degrees and not suffer any consequence so far. Some of the houses are dropping fairly low, but we're at minus 42. It's fine. They can drop a little bit below that and still be fine. Another loan? Probably a good idea, because if the power cuts out right now, it would be kind of devastating to my strategy. Okay, that might be a little bit low. Also because there's no workers in these heating plants right now. I'll leave it at 3. 3 was running fine before already. Yeah. Just so they can cycle properly. But yeah, it's dropping now, slowly. Immersive 1930s industrial town experience, yes, that's what we've been going for. No misplanning on our part, just immersion. Hello Nemi, welcome. So yeah, I guess I just need to reduce the heating that's available, run 3 workers per heating plant, and see if we can stabilize it with more heating plants. Maybe that's a way to make this work. No, I greet you, is what it is. Classical. You think the heating pollution is unique to Siberia map? I don't know. I kind of want to try this whole setup with like a regular map. It might be a Siberia thing, where you can have a settlement next to a heating plant. As long as the heating plant doesn't get way too cold. Or like overworks way too much, I mean. Heating sure is, yes. The temperature dropping to -46. Up to -46 is Siberia related. But we played like Siberia twice, and I'm still not 100% sure how the heating functions. So this was kind of like another attempt to throw myself against it and see how it behaves. And with early start, it's even more different. Oh my god, the fuel is just at 4,000 now. 3,860. I haven't said anything. It's below 4,000, it's fine. It's ridiculous. Thank you for the follow, Saveli. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. I think life expectancy is going up, even though it is brutally cold right now. I think we need to control the output of the heating plants. And maybe having a lot of heating plants running at like a restricted output is what we need to do. That would be so funny if that is a strategy. I would like that, like building cities with integrated small heating plants. That would be really, really cool. Or like really hot, or like average temperature, I guess. Not cool. It would be good. I would like to run them at 2 workers. Like, look at that, we're like getting over 55 years life expectancy. I think this is recovering. This one isn't. How's the hospital doing? Not too shabby. There's a prisoner in there. I'm excited to see what it does. I need some trucks. I built 2 more heating plants. I need 2 dump trucks. I don't want to let go of the Roosevelt, but now that the horn is gone, the horn will come back. It'll come back. I believe. Yeah. It has the default horn now. Rubber Duck is going to be very upset. But I think the mod on the workshop still has the horn, so you can just download the workshop mod and be fine. Should be a good enough solution. Well, let's see if it works. Once that heating plant is on, I'm gonna turn the other 2 onto 2 workers as well. I will keep the heat overlay on. I don't know if it's gonna be cold enough to test this. I might have to tear up one house and build a
heating plant in the center, if this works, if this looks like it will work. It's hard to judge, I guess, on the first winter. We're gonna make this change basically for next winter as well. Yeah, I should set up one house here with a heating plant. If I get rid of these two houses and the footpath has to move, then we could put the heating plant here, I guess. Somewhere like in this location. Sorry about that. Alright, I need a drink. I don't have a drink. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna take my other pill now. Alright. Ugh. New heating plant should start operating soon once the coal truck gets here. But the weather will start warming up soon, like I said. Not gonna be good enough for a test. Maybe if we remove this house, it will be enough. This would be the center of our heating issues. And this would be good enough for that, I think. Can you show your Republic real quick, please? There's not much to it. I mean, I say, but we started here in Gugozhny. We have a rail construction office, a logging camp. Tried to make a profit with boards, but the price crashed pretty quickly, so that didn't happen, unfortunately. And we extended onwards to Bugodonsk, which had our own gravel production. This was formerly a heating location, but got turned into a double clothing factory setup, which is very productive for us. And it is also occupying an iron mine here, with the potential of a coal mine in the future off to this side. But fuel price increases have kind of like hampered our development significantly. And that's pretty much it. I've been trying to fix the money situation. and the game always keeps increasing the fuel price. We're now at 4,000 rubles per ton of fuel. Permanently, apparently. We're running long trains in our republic because I like them. Also because I think long trains are more efficient if this network can handle them. If the network. It has to be designed for it, of course. Looks like the other heating plant is running. Let's turn these ones down to 2 now as well. It is still very cold, so I guess we will see if this has a good or a bad impact on this city. Basically, we now have 4 workers running instead of a single one with 3. And I will tell that these houses cannot accept more people living in them because I'm planning on tearing them down and replacing them with another heating plant. Ideally relocating the people out of it. Okay, that works. I'm going to love if the heating plant in every street corner actually works. I would be so happy with that, because that's another logistical challenge that would make the map very different from others. I mean, we're looking at heating right now just to be safe. The other issue is of course the life expectancy. I'm not sure if this is going to take effect that quickly though. I like trying weird things in this game, I guess. It's kind of funny when you find something that works. It makes sense, but it's not normal. This building is dropping in life expectancy still. More drilling. Still have to rip up the footpaths, of course. But this is all in preparation for next year. We kind of need to monitor 2 things. We need to monitor the heating and the life expectancy. I mean, if this works, or if it isn't worse than the other setup, then it would give you a lot of insurance, I guess. Lots of extra heating capacity. Its life expectancy went down to 53. Average 55. Maybe it is the proximity. Maybe I'm going to kill everyone in the city now. Maybe it is best to have them like lined around the outside and not as close, but I should just build the centralized heating with a single heating plant again. Maybe I'm going to put the heat exchanger here. Because I don't think this is... I don't know. I should give it one winter. I should like leave it for one winter at least. Build a footpath here as a replacement, tear all of this up. And then we should be able to... yeah. See what we can do. That one we can already demolish without affecting the waste hauling away from the area. What about something Frostpunk-esque with large heating plant in the center and a bunch of houses around it? Well, a large heating plant in the center with houses surrounding it sounds even worse. But it would be only a single source of pollution. So if you had a large heating plant here, surrounded it with commercial buildings, and then have the residential buildings as far away as manageable. Maybe. The life expectancy in the center of the map also doesn't look that great anymore. I wonder if that's from the demolition we did from the houses. Telephone. Alright, and back. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. If it doesn't, then it's going to kill a lot of people. We will see how it will react, I guess. I mean, like I said, if it doesn't work, we can tear this heating plant down again and replace it with a heat exchanger. Some of you may die, but that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. I planned the city with an external heating plant and a heat exchanger, and it didn't work. This is all a result of that. The whole run is basically developing this way because of the game made me do it. That's all that this is. The game made me do it. No one else. Having two heating plants small right next to each other. Classic. Looks like the bridge is done and they can start working on the asphalt road. Great. We are developing towards the oil, very slowly. Trying to, at least. The game made me do it. It did. It's authentic. If it works, it's authentic. It might be something that you can run on like medium game difficulty, but high citizen reactions, I don't know. There's still the potential of like just saying whatever and we're researching pollution filters. I mean, I can research them in 1960 with the free research that we're gonna get based on low-tech rules. Sympathy? They chose to live there. Yeah. That's their fault, I agree. I hear a lot of ambulances. Doesn't sound that great for like motivation in regard to... I mean, it might be bad for health, but maybe it's good for... Okay, that's... I was gonna say it might be bad for health, like lower average health, but make everything more consistent. So we might not have life expectancy of like 75 or 70 anymore, but like 65, but it doesn't drop lower than that. Don't think that's gonna happen. We currently have an average lifespan of 60. 2,800 people affected by pollution. We got migrants, and then we don't have migrants. Don't worry guys, we're gonna have another heating plant up. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna run 5 heating plants dotted around the settlement. We just need to get to the critical mass of heating plants where this will work. That's all we need to do. I wanted to build a grocer, not a pub. That's the downside. Grocer and pub look pretty similar in the early start. Maybe the heating plants run really high when some of the buildings drop like... I assume they have like really good range, right? But the outer edge of the buildings runs the internal temperature of the flats very low. So if we have every building close enough to a heating plant where the internal temperature should stay relatively stable high, maybe it does have a positive impact. It's still very questionable to me, but I need to argue in its favor somehow. We're losing a ton of money. Like, fuel price is just like... How about 5,000 rubles per ton of fuel? How about that? I think this run might be scuffed. There was a brief glimpse of hope this stream, where it looked like the price might come back down, and then it came down like 500 rubles from 2,500 to 2,000, and now it's at 5,000. And the coal price is going up. Is oil drilling available from the start? Yes. The oil we want to drill is over there. This one. That's the one I wanted to build to. But I guess any close by oil well would have been fine now. There's another one back on this side that I argued against because I felt like, let's go for the higher quality one. Let's not try and fiddle a path through here. This would have been the best solution. And we can theoretically still go for it. I just realized that the fuel price went up quite high after we started placing and starting to construct the asphalt road. I really wonder if like the fuel price is linked to how much asphalt / bitumen is in your republic now. The more asphalt roads you build, the higher the fuel price gets. I'm going to export the bitumen. I need the fuel, but we're gonna get rid of the bitumen. But I just placed a road that needs like 250 tons of asphalt, and the fuel price and other things shot up ridiculously high. Can't wait to see the immersive Soviet economy experience crippling oil export dependency. I don't think we're gonna get that way. I don't know. I'm going to try and export bitumen right now at like its highest price, 8,000 per ton. Can you turn around and... No, you can't right now. Well, you'll have to export bitumen the next time, I guess. I wonder if... Yeah, I wonder if the price is somehow tied to the planned asphalt roads. Okay, let's do an experiment. Let's do a silly experiment. Let's see what happens to the fuel/bitumen price now. Because that is like more than this road. If it suddenly goes up and the next couple weeks, then we know that there's a funkiness going on. And I don't want to like tear down the asphalt roads, they're important. $4,600. It dropped by 500. Let's see what happens when it ticks over to the next day. Every 5 days it should update. Nothing so far. I'll leave it. Maybe it's not the actual planned roads, but once they have been built. Once the asphalt has actually been converted to, well, the road on the ground. The torn down pub is also going to increase pollution, because why not? Everyone's really unhealthy. Life expectancy is now down to 57, and the Republic is breeding population. So I don't think this is the way. I think we need to get the pollution out of the city. It was an attempt. What does the fuel price say? 15th of April. Should be another update to the prices. And the day says... Oh, it went up a little bit. Let's see if that continues going. I mean, we're still exporting bitumen. At least we should be when the train decides to... It has exported some bitumen, good. There's some funkiness with the calculation going on, and I'm not sure what. Yeah, the massive heating plant migration to the Republic seems to not have stabilized, but instead increased our pollution output. So that could mean that maybe a large heating plant is more efficient because it creates more heat per kilogram of pollution, I guess. I'm not going to build a small heating plant here to try and fix this any further because we're already dropping way too low. I'm going to have to shut these off and let them recuperate a bit. I guess the other issue is that heating plants also cool themselves down because of the ambient effect. So they constantly need to run heating, not just for the other buildings, but also for themselves. I guess we're planning a large heating plant again. And hoping that we can make it work up here with a heat exchanger in the center of the settlement. Getting rid of the other heating plants. Centralizing our heating outside the settlement. I'm out of vehicle depots. We'll try the large heating plant. I'm not sure if we're gonna have the time to set it up fast enough because of how brutal the fuel cost is now, but we've also done some shenanigans that might change that. How the whole Republic functions in a bit. Maybe I should set this up with a conveyor storage in mind from the get-go. Then we can skip on one extra truck. Alright. Heat exchanger in here, center. We can set the priority checkbox on it, but I'm not sure if that's sufficient. But we can also leave the other heating plants as an emergency on the outskirts. This one, and this one, the initial ones, could stay for now. The other two that we build later will be torn down, because they're still causing ill effects. There's too much pollution in general, I guess. It has over-accumulated now. It's not really dissipating fast enough. How has the fuel price developed? It has come down a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I want to remove those road construction tasks, I guess. That was a silly attempt. That experiment has cost us about 500 people? Probably more. People should be able to walk to the heating plant, which they will. But we can make it a little bit more efficient by just having a footpath that goes across the road here, behind the monument. Let's give it a bit more space. That way. Have you seen the secret message on the Moscow map? No, I have not. Hello Barbados, welcome. Secret message. Is it politically themed? Okay. That would have been a weird thing to do. I was getting scared when you said secret message. In this day and age. Alright, we need to get the heating fixed and set up. I need more demolition office vehicles, I think. By that I mean I need more waste trucks. Like, these ones didn't get fixed, so that is gonna be quite urgent, I think. Whoever made that map is a lovely person. Is it worth us going over there and for me on stream to search for the secret message? Or is it... are you trolling? Don't show it on stream. Okay. Alright. Most of the highly educated people left, which can have a rippling effect on our healthcare, education and other things. So far it still seems to be okay. It's one of those things that's more special if you randomly stumble across it. I remember the one from a previous one that was like, it was basically like Cold War icons and like, or Cold War era icons, I mean, and some cool like references on the campaign maps, I think. But yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna empty out the coal storage from the heating plants we just set up to demolish them again. That was a failed experiment, but it was fun. Would have been interesting if it would have worked, but the pollution effect is too strong. I think in our previous Siberia run we went with a large heating plant outside and then small heating plants close to the city as auxiliary to support it in case there were heating issues that we could turn on demand and they were running on low intensity at all times. So that's what this one is probably going to come back down to. The important thing will be that the large heating plant won't be necessary to run the city, but we're going to test and see what happens when we only base it on that heating plant. It'll be fine until 20 degrees minus, and then we see what happens, I guess. Fuel back at 5,100. It was an experience. Fuel is now worth as much as clothing. With this setup we should be able to demolish all of these coal storages in the city. The chemical price is nuts. Yeah, it is all linked to that. It's all the same thing basically. And I don't know. Let's see if we find anything that looks similar, which usually doesn't connect to this. Plastic is the same. Oil. Liquid fertilizer uses some chemicals. Iron price is struggling. Explosives use some chemicals. Electronics uses them. Everything is going up in price basically that uses oil. Chemicals, yeah. The scientists will need to discover the wood-powered cars. If only. If only we had steam road cars, then this whole issue wouldn't exist. Build a chem plant, start collecting bio-waste to decay into fertilizer to sell. Fertilizer is worth nothing. It's high, but that's peanuts compared to what the issues we're dealing with. I'm waiting for the next spike when it goes up to like 12,000 liquid fertilizer. Yeah, that's that we have to actively produce and unlock. Looks like our new heating plant coal storage is up, so I will tell the trucks to empty out the buildings and instead dump it here now. Looks like demolition over here is done. We need to get rid of the last bits of footpath. And then consider if we can put a heat exchanger here. And the answer to that seems to be yes. So we don't have to make another change. We can just probably put a heat exchanger here, hook it up, and don't have to mess with the footpath. Probably. Does the official DLC have anything different than the early DLC? I don't think so. Hello, Lucky Leader. Welcome. We did some weird experiments. I'm not going to belabor the point. We polluted our population a bit. I need a birth rate increase research. Also, our fuel price is a bit high at, what is it now? Still 5,100 per ton. The game wants to kill us. It doesn't like us having a good run. And we've been running on full loans ever since. I should rename this thing Struggle City. I really want to rebuild the footpath just to make it look better. Because it's clipping through the ground. Like a monkey said, that bin trick always works. Maybe not in this case. It does, you're doing it wrong. Must be. Well, let's get the heat exchanger back in before winter. Let's see if we can fix the situation. All glory to the bin trick. A rework of the footpath would fix everything. No time right now though. This has priority. Before the... well... this will get a roller and construction workers, then the tunnel, then more asphalt road. We'll probably hook up the first pump jack that we can. Just draw like a medium voltage wire over, build the pump jack, don't even care about fire station, just build it. If it burns down, build a new pump jack before the old one is demolished or something. Because each ton pays for all the construction materials per ton, basically. So if we get one extraction, I don't know how many extractions we need to get out of this building to pay for it. I think if we get one pump action out of there, 1 ton of oil, we have paid for all of the construction material investment, except for maybe the asphalt. What does the asphalt cost? 1,200 tons, okay. Rubles per ton. But we're producing that ourselves, for now at least. Until we have to import bitumen again. I'm exporting the bitumen to prolong the inevitable. Okay, the truck route I think will now only go to one storage, which is the new storage. Because the heating plants in the city are going to run only on demand. They shouldn't consume as much coal anymore. Once they have used up the coal inside the storages, then we can change their route to the new coal storage, which is going to be this one as well. And the heating plant still does not support road cranes. So this is going to take a while to build. If this doesn't heat the city properly this time on its own, then yeah, I don't know. I must be doing something wrong. I don't like that fuel graph. I don't like it. Another 100 rubles or 50 rubles, and fuel is officially more expensive than clothing per tonnage. I don't know why. Send workers to the heating plant for construction. Something going to be interesting to compare to normal 1960 start prices. They are not normal. The crop prices have already drifted apart with the inflation. So inflation has already happened for the ruble. It seems like as if the start date just got moved back and then inflation happened on the normal time. Fuel always stuck close together but has behaved quite weirdly. I think this is just like everything is shifted back by 30 years. So there's no economy, no new economy that has been like introduced. It's all just moved back. Gonna make a single ton of electronics. $1 trillion. There we go. That's building up the heating plant at an acceptable rate. Just throw several hundred people at it. Who needs a road crane? I was playing last night, but I had no clue what to do. Just built free construction offices and deleted roads over and over. Player who play early start for many years. Older to cut 0 in cheat mode for sure. What? Hello, Coltha. As to republics, purposefully tried to keep inflation as low as possible. Time to spend. As the birth rate increased, tech done. Higher education number of citizens has gone down even more. At 13% now. I'm going to do a 100% self-sufficient run. Those are interesting and difficult and a lot of fun. Okay, all pollution seems to be gone now. So we're back in normal territory. At least according to how this republic is set up. What map are you on? Siberia. We're on Siberia. It's gonna start snowing soon, in October. So the heating plant is still built out of range of any other building. Which is okay. Everything goes through the heat exchanger. If that one doesn't work, then I don't know. Well, cool. We can refresh our loan for 800k. That's encouraging. This year, our most expensive import is fuel again. Last year it was fabric. Fuel has overtaken that. If we check fuel on the resource chart, where was the nice view for fuel? There was a view that looked a lot nicer than these. There's an option in cheat mode to divide all prices by 100. Because sometimes the number can get too high, the cutoff of their box. Only for games that were played for like 80 years or more. It also happens automatically if the number gets too high, you get a question asked if you want to do that. So you don't have to rely on cheat mode for that. But yes, that does exist. Once we get into the like billion rubles like category, then it will ask you at some point. I wonder if our fabric imports are to blame. Because fabric also needs chemicals. That would be a very heavy rippling effect if importing fabric raises your fuel price by that margin though. Alright, there we go, heating plant done, heating pipe close behind. Heat exchanger already ready and waiting. We're gonna set the higher priority checkbox, but I think that only works against other heat exchangers. I don't think against the heating plants, but we'll see. We will leave the other heating plants surrounding this place available, but with only one worker, and then we'll see what happens when the temperature goes down to 0, -10, -20, and keep monitoring this whole affair. And there's the heating pipe. Works as expected, should go up to like 85 degrees, like before. Once we drop below 13 degrees and the heating actually is allowed to run normally. Right now we don't allow any workers to enter. They entered before the checkbox got set, so gotta wait for the weather to get a little bit worse. 13 degrees in our case specifically because we have the insulation tech from the medical university. Oh, it's these vehicles making the buzzing noise. I was wondering what that was. We're losing 200,000 per month now, apparently. Clothing export is not enough to make back the fuel cost. So we're on a timer. We're gonna survive until like October-ish. But yeah. Something killed the Republic because of fuel cost. Something fierce. It might be our construction offices. I still think it's the construction offices. Let me pause tunnel construction. Let's see if we can calm things down by not building anything anymore. That helped last time. As soon as we stopped building, everything fuel price wise stabilized to like a slight profit margin again. Now the heating plant is running. It's still not letting any workers in right now, but it did trigger once. Once it drops below 13 degrees again, it'll trigger again. But we do know that the heat exchanger should work correctly. It's at 83 degrees right now, which should be enough heating. We'll see how it does. It's supposed to basically take over for the other heating plants, and I guess I'll shut the other heating plants off until -10, which doesn't work, so 0 then. We won't let them run because they're just going to create pollution, which I want to prevent. That was the wrong number. wait. Coal is out. Run once more. And then go into storage. Somewhere. We don't have one. Just attach yourself to that vehicle depot, I guess. It's probably gonna work, but the heating plant's gonna be demolished anyway, so probably remove everything. Now we wait. Construction has ceased. Fuel price is almost at 6,000. There's an option, yeah, interesting. Fuel price is almost at 6,000. We are out of time in this republic if that doesn't change. We just imported fuel because we went down by the aforementioned amount. I don't know how much we imported. 36 tons. 200,000. It's a shame. So we have about 2 months until temperatures get cold and snow starts to set in again. Heating in the exchangers at 85 degrees as expected. We will monitor the temperature of the buildings, which should be fine at least until -20. So this is if the heating worked right away, we would have never done the whole experimentation with the heating plants in the settlement. Except it kind of worked on this one. And it works fine as long as you have a heating plant that doesn't really go over 50% that much. Actually, I'm kind of curious what you did that started the price increase. Like, what were you doing? Building? Importing? I don't know. I have to go back into my VOD and check. It seems to have happened 1946. June 1946, and then it just kept going up. And then again recently, very recently, a very sharp increase. 1952, which was this stream. And the only thing I can think of is like turning this road into asphalt. That this consumes asphalt and the game somehow thinks that like we're made out of asphalt now or something. Hello, Happy Socks. I'm not sure what to think otherwise. Gonna be honest, it's a bug, 100%. Wonder if Peter would be interested in save. Maybe. Shame about the run, but now the release version is out. And who says I can't start here again and learn from my mistakes and just go village, 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 oil, save. If we had access to oil, we would be rich. No questions. Either we would be rich or well, the price would have like recovered a bit. Had an insane price like this with coal in a game years ago. I had this with wood, where wood price went up to 10,000 and then hovered there for a bit and then dropped back down. So I've seen it, but not with an important resource like fuel yet. And I'm not sure what triggers it. Might be a quirk in the random market calculation, maybe. So heating is fine, right? It's 10 degrees. Everyone can draw enough heating from the heat exchanger. Everything is fine and lovely. A British Isles game. I have to try not to have too much money because oil went so high. Oil always perpetuates itself usually towards like an ever-increasing money spiral, or it crashes very hard, but then you realize it after like the first oil well and don't invest into it too much until it starts rising again. I was like, did I buy too many vehicles? Did I do anything wrong? It's like, feels like we had enough cars. We made some efforts to reduce fuel cost. Okay, it's getting cold. No snow yet, but it will be getting below freezing very soon. And I guess I do have saves from earlier with the testing saves that we made, even from the first like heating test. I still have that one. When the city had the same setup with the heat exchanger, which worked fine until -20 and then it just crumbled. Back then I didn't have the checkbox set for a high priority, I guess. And I didn't have the surrounding small heating plants. Currently they're turned off though. They will turn on at 0 degrees. I should keep them turned off for now, because I want to see if the heat exchanger itself will be sufficient to heat this whole area. Small heat exchanger is 100 cubic meters. Small default heating plant can handle 2 heat exchangers, so about 100 gigajoules, I guess, per. No, not 100 gigajoules. I'm thinking heat water tank, I guess, was what I was thinking. But yeah, they changed that for the default heating plant, small heating plant. They made that 450 cubic meters. Divide by 2. Divide by 10. Divide by 20, so then you get 2.1 gigajoules. Or like heat exchange. If you divide the gigajoules by 20, you get 2.1 heat exchangers. And for the other one, you get 10. Which fits, because with that one, you can run 3 large heat exchangers and 1 small one, which is 10, basically, because each large heat exchanger is worth 3 smaller ones. What does that mean for the early start one? Divide that by 20, gives you 1.5. So 1.5 heat exchangers, I guess? Which means that with these 3 heating plants, we have 4.5 heating. This says we have a total capacity of 88 cubic meters, so we're not over capacity with the heat exchanger. Theoretically. There goes our money. 1 more month. Hello, toasted corn. Welcome. Fuel price 5.8k. Chemical plant would be quite profitable, wouldn't it? Importing gravel, like right next to the border, import gravel, wood, if you don't have it, like we have wood, we have gravel. And oil would be the problem, I guess. But presumably you could turn that into a nice healthy chunk of profit. If you had the research for it. We have some kind of electric bus tram in the early start. Yes, there are trams. You start with the option to build trams. From the get-go, there's a Bagumu tram or a Godarville tram that you can get. Did they add any western vehicles? Oh, containers are now available. Nope, still only these 3. Personal car, excavator with shared excavation and bulldozing from the United Kingdom, Ruston Bucharest, and the steam crane. So you can't really do much from the western border. Those green numbers aren't gonna last. I think that's the export of bitumen, is it? Oh no, the iron train is here. Tiny sliver of green. It's all looking towards that this is going to be the last episode for this run. I really like the iron setup. Don't think we're going to make it towards the pump jack. The one behind the iron mine would have been safe to get to, but I didn't expect the fuel price to go up to 6,000. I thought we had time. I wasn't thinking that oil goes up to 3,000 rubles per ton. I have triggered something recently that just makes it like perpetuate itself. It seems like it's just like on a constant upward trend now, and it's not stopping. Okay, temperature's going below 0. Everything should be fine until we get close to -20. And then above, or rather below -20, we should see the if it has an if we can stem it or not. If you had oil patches nearby, you would be rich now. Yeah. But I don't want to do oil all the time. But I kind of have to do what the market dictates. But this is like not like suggestion. This is like blackmailing, coercion, or like even like this is like oil terrorism, whatever you want to call it. The game just says we do oil now. No other choice. The market is dictating chemicals. Saudi Arabia doing its thing. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna survive until the temperature test. I might have to go into cheat mode to actually test it. Where's the citizen goods train? Oh, it's just coming back, okay. I want to do something stupid, like take out a buckload of like 10,000 ruble loans. Destroy our credit rating. Come on, game, drop the temperature, it's October. I want to see. We should have enough money to see temperature change. This run could have used some refining. Boo. Boo hiss. Not acceptable. So pollution should be much less of an issue now. That is for sure, because we're not currently running any heating inside the city. It's all external. Life expectancy is extremely good now. The question is, will the heating hold? Because it didn't last time. Looks like we're not exporting any bitumen anymore. Why not? Why are... Oh, because we can't export bitumen because it's not hooked up to a pipeline where it can load. Never mind. But we just don't import anymore, I guess. I will stop the fuel imports for the time being as well. Let me unload all the fuel I have on board right now. We can survive without fuel imports for around 3/4 of a year with the fuel we have in storage, maybe even longer now. And the financial situation, I guess I kind of messed up with like taking out a lot of little loans. We could remedy that a little bit. Maybe the train importing fuel like in very small amounts was also not right. Maybe that is what is increasing the fuel price. The train always running out of like 10, 12 tons and then importing that every run. Maybe that's what's causing issues. Maybe stopping to import will fix it. We have some time. Last year we imported 364 tons of fuel. We have 300 tons in storage right now, so we can wait to maybe let the market recover itself a bit. In the meantime, more people should be able to make their way up to the iron mine thanks to healthier way of living in the city. If this run continues, if we suddenly get like a fixed fuel price, it could happen on a save load actually, like we load the save gain and suddenly the fuel price goes down again. We had strange behaviors with the market price changing every time we load a save. Not in this version, like in the past in certain runs. Okay, well in that case, if we have money and fuel for over a year, we will try and build towards that oil. 17,000 days of construction, huh? I don't like that one, that's... It is the smarter choice. It's the better choice. Oh man. Make the tunnel as short as possible. Somewhere up here might be doable. I don't even know where I had the other tunnel exit planned. Oh, I can't reach that because I relocated the bulldozers again out of the area. Well, we do have a truck now that can carry them, so I guess I'll take one of them and move a bulldozer closer. Temperature is still holding, -12. Up to -20 we should be fine. There was no dip whatsoever. Was that the connection? I think we started here. Maybe not. Guess we can do that too. Where did I send the vehicle to? I thought I sent it in here. Open hull, that one is not the correct one, no. That is the correct one. Oh, you changed your direction, even though... Okay, no, I understand. Go over there, then we're gonna set up the route. I want you to load the one of the Starlinks. And see if we can make a short tunnel here. Okay, I have another depot available. I can't load because it needs to be in the building. Does the 1930 start harder than the normal one? I would say yes. Hello, Slasher. Okay, can only load one. That is fine. Make your way up here. Fuel price is at 6,000 now, still going up. I think I'm going to plan for the tunnel here. And we can make the exit happen 11,000 work days. Build that road. Get it done. Hopefully the bitumen will be enough, otherwise we'll have to import. We need 100. Do we need 100? 1 ton of bitumen converts into 7 tons of asphalt. So 10 would be 70, 20 would be 140. So not quite enough bitumen, I guess. Let me pay back the loans. The ones that I took out because I thought I would be silly and the game was ending, which are just a lot of 10k ruble loans. There we go. Just the last few. It's also it's 25 degrees. Temperature looks better. This looks better for now. I wonder if it's gonna hold. We will probably have to turn on the supplemental heating on the outskirts, but this was a lot better looking. The heat exchangers actually work, I think, now. Gonna see at minus 30. Good news, the restart electronics production behaves the same way as normal electronics, just that it changes start 30 years earlier and ends 30 years earlier. Okay. Good news. Now make the tunnel as short as possible. From here to here. If we can set that up, that is. If we can get a road to go down here, of course. A legit road, not a cheesy going up a hill road. Make the tunnel a little bit longer, I guess. So now the question is, can we get a functioning road down the hill? Excavator. I think we have to bring the tunnel down lower. This is just messy. that. You have to go back to a construction office. Temperature a little bit low on these sides. I'm gonna turn on the auxiliary heating on the ends where it's dipping close to 13 degrees or lower. And I guess might as well turn that one on too on one worker. Pollution should be really low with that. Some pollution we just have to deal with. I'm not sure where I took the excavator from. Don't think any construction officers from here should be assigned. No. It might have been the auxiliary one, so I'll just drop it back in there. Like, these houses are super well heated. I guess they're in range of the heating plant? I thought they weren't, but I guess they are. That would explain that, I guess. Okay, the large heat exchangers with the heating plant work again, which should fix the population situation we had, the pollution situation. I wanted to have a train station with fuel loading and everything nice. This is going to be such a scruffy setup just to get something going. The worst medium voltage wire should be sufficient. If I take the time to separate the power cable here, I could put a switch in place, connect it to that and run the power line from here. Or I just do the scruffy thing and draw it just from out here, from this one. And we're going to do the scruffy thing. If it works, it works. So, city's temperature with this setup is fine. We have reduced the pollution significantly. Lifespan is still affected from the nearby heating plants, but we're above 60 years of life expectancy. And it's seemingly doing okay. I'm not sure why this one is so bad. But yeah, it's at least running. It's manageable again. This is fine. With the insulation technology, I think without you need to be over 15 degrees. But we can dip to 13, so this is fine. And then if you dip below 13, it takes a while to have like a negative effect, so this is all fine and good. Gives us a lot of leeway. And yeah, they can heat up the internal water tank sufficiently well enough that one worker working here every now and then at least gives the buildings some boost. I'm not trying to push the buildings too high up, because that just creates too much pollution. Game's out a few hours and he's already 1950. Hello Grubik. We've been playing since last Sunday, I think. Streamers had early access. Too early start. We had an early start to early start, huh? Welcome. Oh, now we're making a profit again because we're not importing any fuel anymore. With the ridiculous fuel prices. Early start squared equals streamers, yeah. We've been streaming for 9 hours. The stream will end very shortly, unfortunately. And our run has been plagued by an issue where the fuel price has gone a little bit bonkers, meaning that every vehicle we run costs us a lot. Let's go new record. No. Definitely not. Sorry to burst your bubble, but no record-breaking streams this week. I don't know what to do with this run. I kind of want to load a save and see what the fuel price does. Because loading a save always seems to change things. I need to import bitumen because we don't have enough for building the road otherwise. I think. I could put a oil tank here, so we can load oil into one of the train wagons and don't have to let the trucks drive all the way to the border. That would shorten the route quite a lot. And I don't think this thing needs any electricity. everything to save this republic. It's going to die if you don't. Yeah. This is so silly. We're gonna have to micromanage the fuel train car. That will probably hold oil for most of the time. Okay, heating seems to be fine. I'm gonna turn this off now. It's minus 38. Some of them are dropping to like 14 degrees, but this is stable. 3k people lives are in your hand. Oh, I'm actually I'm handing over the Republic to Mega Monkey, who's going to continue this Republic for the next 23 years. And then we're gonna play back and forth basically, so... No, the oil profits are all mine. You hear me? As long as we're not importing fuel, we're making a profit. It's fine. As long as I'm not importing 200,000 rubles worth of fuel for 30 tons of fuel every now and then. Oh my god, the price is continuously going up. We need the asphalt roads. We don't need the asphalt roads, but otherwise it's gonna be so freaking slow. Can we turn off bitumen imports again? Yes, let's turn off bitumen imports again. Still a 13,000 workday tunnel. But the transportation route of the oil will be shorter. And the tunnel also needs asphalt to pave it. Construction's gonna finish and immediately one of the things is gonna burn down, I'm pretty sure. But because we're planning on asphalt roads, rebuilding shouldn't be too difficult, I hope. This is a mess. We're even producing enough iron ore again because we have the population. Enough iron for export by train, making some profit. We had that situation once before where I stopped importing and I said I never will stop, will never stop importing again. I don't remember when exactly that was. It might have been here. I stop importing, and then I start importing again. But this time the price started rising like crazy even while I was importing. If we build a fire station here, it could potentially reach. Guess we'll see how far this one can go. Which isn't that far off, it's just like around the corner. If it doesn't work, but it gets close, having a footpath sending people around could probably work. Or the tunnel, I guess. We'll bring people here already and we can set up a fire station on that side or slightly after the buildings, if it is within walking distance. Hiya from Scotland, how's you? Is this game any good? Worth buying? I really like this game. It is difficult to get into, but very rewarding if you like challenging gameplay. The difficulty starts at around where City Skyline ends. City Skyline 1, I've never played the second one. It's somewhat janky, but I think that gives it some charm. And yeah, it's a game where if you enjoy learning stuff and applying what you learned, then if you find that fun, I definitely recommend that game. It's not a game where you will master like the controls in like half an hour to an hour and then you enjoy just playing it. There's like so many aspects to the game that you can enable. You can also play it at a very like basic level where you just disable everything, get like quick building buildings and learn the intricacies of how like your citizens behave, but the upper level that you can get from the game is very good, I think. Definitely recommend it. If you have that, if you think learning is enjoyable, rather than like, do you enjoy mastering a game or do you enjoy learning something new from a game? Mastering this game will take a long time, but you will always find something new, I think. Learning new stuff, yeah. Then this game would be... I do the same. This game has been very addicting for me because of that. Will be challenging to get into. But if you say you like learning things, then you should enjoy the process. Game's kinda hard, but it feels really good just to have buildings built. City is just 2 clicks. Yeah, the process of getting like a functioning settlement up is rewarding in and of itself once you realize what goes into it. We've been playing this game from 1930 to 1954, around 2 hours per year. And we have 2 settlements. And I'm still having a blast. Nothing really happens in the game with your input. Everything you see on the game moving is something you have set up. It might be a direct route where you say go from here, load something, go here to unload something, or it might just be like a construction office that you say make sure every building that has more than 50% wear and tear gets maintenance done, like these ones. And then they drive over there and bring the resources in and maintain it, if you have maintenance enabled, which is like one of the features that you can enable or disable. When do we get pavers? Not yet. $58 in 4 years. So it is all going to have to be done by hand. Paving that road. In the game, when I look over a settlement, I always think, damn, that looks awesome. It's just like 5 buildings, yeah. It also has a more realistic art style and like scaling than City Skylines 1 in most cases, which I do like. But I've played City Skylines a lot too. Not as much as this game though. I should take out another loan. Maybe. The money. Can't make it high priority. Too risky. Fuel price dropped by 600 rubles, I think. Maybe it's gonna keep doing that. We're gonna stock up on cheap 2000 ruble fuel, and then when it rises back up, we're gonna ignore it again for some time. Maybe we can sketch our way through a certain death. Maybe this run isn't dead yet. If we manage to get oil into the storage tank and export some of it, we should be looking pretty good. I don't think we need power supply here. This is... It should not matter, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it does matter. Dang it. Because I think you need the pump from the building to actually function. That was something. Let's just build a substation. Everything we're doing right now is very sketchy because our republic has been struggling for money for a while, and that is mostly due to some weird quirk in the game that we're experiencing, where the fuel price is exorbitantly high, and I'm not sure why. And I've been holding off trying to connect something that could deal with it, like an oil export, which might drive down the fuel price a bit, because I thought, it's gonna resolve itself on its own at some point, it'll be fine. It hasn't been fine. It's just gotten worse and worse. And now the price is at a level where the Republic could end in half a year. We have prolonged it for half a year, then we have to spend money to import as much fuel as we can. Again. Hopefully the fuel price will have recovered a little bit. Maybe I should give the train some more... Maybe I should separate the fuel train out. Maybe I run the fuel and oil train on demand. Make this its own train now. I'll give the train its own train cars, and I might buy some more train cars at some point. We'll hook the tanker cars up to a different train, mega train style. Not for fuel. Maybe for fuel. Like, I wouldn't be opposed to running a long enough train to fill this out with oil train cars, 250 meters from a signal to the station. Hello, Frenton. But yeah, that's to be seen. We're gonna run the fuel and bitumen transportation on demand rather than continuously. I'm gonna make that a separate train. Come on. There we go. Alright, you don't have to go here anymore. Fuel and bitumen have been disabled. What is this? Wait, have we... What have we been doing in this warehouse? What the hell? Loading... Oh no, this is correct. We're loading 10% electronic and mechanical components to make room for the repair station. Mechanical and electronic components. I set that one up here. And then load clothing and also plastic for export. We can turn off plastic for now. Unload whatever you have, which I guess technically also unloads the electronic components and mechanical components again. I'll turn that off. I can't turn that off. This whole setup is a mess. I'm going to turn that off. Unload everything. Wait until unloaded on fabric. Then unload everything and load clothing. Then we sell clothing and load these resources. Done. make the next train. Any resource, we're going to handle this one manually, like I said. And might buy some more train cars so we can load larger volumes. If the fuel price drops down significantly, we need at least like room for 300 tons of fuel, so we can fill the whole fuel storage in one go, once it's empty. That would be perfect. So 300 divided by 17. 17 train cars. That's a lot. I guess we're not gonna buy that many right now. Just gonna wait. Iron price going up, which is good for us, because that's one of the resources we're exporting. We're seeing a slight profit because we're not dealing anything with fuel. How's the fuel price looking? If the fuel price is recovering right now, I'm going to buy more train cars. No, it's back to 5,800. It's just hovering back and forth on that point. Population steady. People are affected by pollution a little bit, but that's okay, I think. It's kind of to be expected. It is Siberia after all. I'm not gonna get another iron train, I don't think. We're producing slightly more than we are exporting. But if I get another train, that would be a huge investment for just like a minor gain. This is basically giving us a little bit of overproduction for when one of the processing plants runs into maintenance. Well, the other tunnel was 4,000 days longer and would have already been started. The setup after the tunnel, I think, would have been more. So I think it still was the right choice to go for the current setup. The original, the OG setup. I just like plopped that setup there and was like, okay, just like missing some power poles here, it's fine. I don't care, just place it, build it. I don't want to think about it right now, I just need money. I have to end the stream. We're gonna bring this to a conclusion tomorrow, I guess. This is like kinda ending it on a cliffhanger, but it's been a 9.5 hour stream. It's so much fun, but yeah. I'm gonna call it. We're going to raid over to someone else who's playing Workers and Resources, I think. There's a few people. One of them is Project 7. We did raid Rubber Duck already. So we'll be raiding to Project 7. And he does stream in German, but we'll welcome you in English if you want to stick around. He does answer questions in English and talk in English if you want, but yeah, the stream is going to be mostly German. Just so you are aware if that is a deal breaker, which is fair. So yeah, thank you very much for watching, hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll be continuing this more, like I said. And seeing maybe the conclusion of the Republic or the rise from the ashes. Or like I did hook up like a pump jack now, and maybe the fuel price will now crash because I hooked up a single pump jack. I guess loading the save game will have its own effect, but we'll see. We'll check that out tomorrow. It's gonna be interesting, I think. So yeah, take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time. Thank you very much for the follow, Critical Mindset, much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. But we're jumping over to Project 7 now.